let's do this. Continue. We have to talk with the ghost. After we just woke up. Yep, right where we left off.
Agatha.
It's all right, child. You have been through so much. Your mother is calling you back to her. Trying to break anything that stands between you.
I'm scared. We'll never break this barrier.
Consider this barrier to be as unbreakable as my resolve to not follow in her footsteps.
Yes, I believe that. Your ancestral powers are awakening and taking root. They would be pleased you are choosing the angels of your better nature. But the real question is, are you pleased? Is this the path you want to continue to walk?
Yes, I'm committed to the light.
Yes, Agatha. This path pleases me. I am confident that the only thing that can defeat darkness is the blinding brilliance of light.
Then shine it. Drown out your mother's shadow.
I intend to.
Just remember, whoever you choose to be, I accept you.
Paragon. The Hunter shards have nurtured the light within. The Paragon collar is now available for the Hunter equipped. Oh, I got a new collar. Do I have to equip it? Get luck of Shadowborn. I've heard Shadowborn is pretty good. Unmissable light. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty solid build for him. Next Hunter Light card is free. Wait, what is this? Wait, what the fuck? Is that? Wait, hold on a second. This requires 3 light cards to activate, and this requires 5. Do I even have 5? I only have like 1. I mean, I guess I'll equip it anyways. I don't really think I'll ever get to use that. Ah. DM from Captain Marvel. Oh, wrong button. Ah, you've been on my mind lately. Figured I'd write. I play a mean game of cards and I need to avoid the opponent. What do you say? I can play.
Yet another victory for the Hunter.
Damn it. You totally ambushed me with that pair of queens. I have to admit, I didn't think you'd be such a formidable poker player. Yet another reason to respect you.
Respect me? What kind of question is that? You underestimated me. Yeah, I should begin as well. Give me the light points.
It is just beginner's luck. I'm sure your next hand will vanquish me.
There you go
Oh,
again,
she liked it.
being all unexpectedly humble and generous.
And it gave me 2 light.
You're a hard demon to dislike, Hunter. Even if you are beating my butt at Hold'em.
You do not dislike me, Captain?
Don't get too excited. I didn't say I liked you either, but you've got potential.
Deal another hand, then?
I'm all in.
Oh my god. Why is that so loud? Friendship level 5. Compliments now have an increased effect. You can finally compliment Ghost Rider now. What the hell? Oh, wait, this relentless card is better. Right, we got a new color scheme for her, right? It's just called 651 3. Yeah, I actually like this one. Cool. That all we got. I probably should have paid attention to what we unlocked, but I think that was all. Yeah, that was all. Oh,
Good girl, Charlie.
he gave me a key. Thanks, Doggo. Up magic.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
All these new people showed up. And I didn't think I felt so different. Now I feel see how some look at me like I'm scary or weird. Magic. If anyone says a word to you, I'll show them what scary looks like. I haven't heard anything like that. Forget it and come train with me. Wow. Just completely ignored what she said. Now we'll do this one.
Thanks, Hunter.
What's in the store today? Human Anatomy, Volume 4. The inner workings of the human body laid bare. Now with additional illustration of the circulatory system. Warning, graphic imagery. Dark beauty. Gothic coloring book. What? Coloring book? For those who see beauty in darkness. Run away to a world of intricate illustration that revealed that inner you. Would that be for Nico, I guess? No, hi, Spider-Man. Right, who wants to talk? One? Really? It was only magic? Oh,
Good to see you.
everything is in the research room. Oh, the fourth, rather.
Hi, Hunter.
Hi.
Hunter, hello.
I forgot the other DM from Blade. Found a copy in the library. I am in the library, but where? Is it this? Oh, yeah, it is just this. You know, we're gonna read this book how we read the past book. You know, we're gonna read it. Read it. We're totally gonna read it. Like this. We're reading it. With our photographic memory. There you go. Oh, and this chest respawned. Nice. More face props. Don't I have enough of that already? Fucking Visa? What am I, soldier 76? What the fuck? Oh, it's the same as this, but just a different pattern. What if I equip? Actually, no. I'm not gonna equip it because I have to buy it. I was gonna equip it to see if I could change the color, but yeah. Perfect.
Well, looky who it is.
There are some more wards I could place on it if I can just... I think it's as ready as... Hunter, what you've got there is the latest
What
in
the
custom
hell?
alloy, handcrafted, magically protected personal protective gear.
Yes, thanks to the symbiote sample young Mr. Parker recovered, we were able to isolate the alien energy signature that appeared to be causing you so much trouble. With this armor, you should now be able to get close enough to Venom to take him down.
This time without, you know, exploding.
It feels good. Now, just get me back to New York and I will handle the rest.
Oh, you are gonna love this.
Thank you, Dak. Doctor. Exactly, the doctor made this for us. Craft the rare quality combat items. Oh. Wait, I'm wearing that right now here in this watch? What the fuck? How I think this guy isn't a real Marvel superhero? What? What makes you think that? What makes you think that? This is a total real Marvel superhero. Can't you tell? Well, you can't really tell now because I have this random suit on, but he's a total real superhero with those pink horns and the pink shirt.
So, how's the whole saving the world thing going?
This is so
Genius
loud.
inventor strikes again.
Oh, but this one has a modifier on it. I think that's what the star means.
Big Tony's Forge of Mystery, we never close.
What have you brought me today?
A knife,
I
apparently.
look forward to researching this artifact further.
Dagger of Frozen Champions. A hat. No, he's not wearing a hat. He's wearing horns. He's cosplaying as a goat.
One of us isn't the miracle worker we claim to be. I'll let you guess who.
Combat item, Phoenix Flame. Buy and sell resources. Am I actually wearing this? Oh my god, I am. What the fuck? Symbiote shell. The hunter has acquired a symbiote shell. Passive along with new fate. Kazoo. Passive ability can be spawned and swapped in time. Regardless which. What is happening? When hunter plays a card, temperature change regenerates symbiote bind. Limit 1 per turn. What? My dog is here.
Who is a good girl? It is my Charlie girl.
We're white Venom. Can I change the color of this? Probably not, right? Am I forced to wear this? Ah, no, I'm not. I can swap. Yeah. I mean, we'll keep going for now. Why am I wearing it in the Abbey, though? That doesn't make any sense. You're going to wear it and you're going to like it. Or else. You're going in the forge. Crappy Christmas. Yeah, what's Charlie's Christmas hat?
What do you think about Hunter's armor?
What the
Looks
fuck?
slick, huh?
What are you people doing?
Very slick. Venom won't know what hit him.
Stark and Strange do good work.
When they aren't bickering, that is.
Wait,
Oh, they bickered. A lot.
Wait, the Giga Chat
I
DM'd me.
think you look pretty good in that armor.
Hmm? What's that?
Wait, what?
Nothing.
Why would you say that? She would look good in
Looking
this armor.
good, Hunter.
Hold on. The Giga Chat Strange DM'd me. Hunter, it is difficult to surprise and delight a sorcerer supreme, but you continue to find a way. One should always clear one's mind at the errand for seeking to stir up trouble. Though I intend to do so, I'd rather wait until we can share the silence. Sounds relaxing. Let's go. Wait, are we gonna hang out with him right now? Hold on. Let me talk with these people, and then we can hang out, Doctor.
The new armor suits you. It looks pretty spectacular.
Jealous?
Incredibly.
I'll have Strange and Stark make a set for you.
If you like it, I can see about having Strange and Stark make one for you as well.
Those two? Pfft, they barely kept it together
What
long
kind
enough
of
to make this for you.
superhero name is
I'm not
Carol?
gonna push my luck. Besides, I got my own style.
I know, that's what I was thinking too. But that's apparently Captain Marvel's real name. Carol Danvers. Captain Marvel's real name.
The new outfit looks spectacular. Just really badass.
Oh, thank you.
How can you take him
It's
serious
amazing
in
what
that
a little
outfit?
teamwork can produce.
Teamwork? Oh, you mean Stark and Strange?
They finally got along enough to make this. I just hope it's enough to stop Venom.
I choose to have faith.
I do not know if it will be enough. And neither do Stark and Strange. The armor may be Faithbreaker, but I have faith it will work.
Oh, a little wordplay. You should use that line on Tony. It would probably bring a tear to his eye.
I could discuss this armor all day, but...
Oh, I know. You've got a date with a symbiote. Don't let me stand in the way.
Actually, no, I've
luck out there.
got a date with the Giga Chat first. I've got a date with Strange. For some reason.
Ah, this is exactly what I needed. A chance to quiet my cluttered mind and just be.
What thoughts clutter your mind,
Doctor.
Doctor?
Ever
Wait, that was
since
perfect.
Sanctum was lost, I felt a bit adrift.
Doctor.
Lost in the cosmic sea in which I've lost my ability to
What the
navigate.
fuck? That was actually so
I've been
perfect.
giving a lot of thought to the direction my life will take if we survive your mother's apocalypse, but who am I if I'm not Sorcerer Supreme?
You're a doctor. An adventurer. You could practice medicine again. Or as the option where I tell him to go to the gym. You know, keep hitting the gym. You just become a bodybuilder. A man in a fabulous cape. I want to say that. Hopefully he doesn't like. Hopefully he doesn't dislike.
A man in a fabulous cape, that is what?
I liked it.
Yes, but a man in a fabulous cape doing what with their life? That's the question.
Perhaps this is what you should meditate on.
Yes, that's a bright idea. Thank you for still having faith in me, even when I've lost faith in myself. You are proving to be a most unexpected friend.
No problem, doctor. Wait, I'm friendship level 2 with him? Oh. Gift shop supply increase. 50% chance to generate one hero at each time. I'm still here. What does the color scheme look like? Probably looks terrible. God, but that actually looks pretty good. Classic? Yeah, I was about to say. For one's a good-looking color scheme. I mean, it's almost the same. It just makes the color like this is just much brighter. It's almost the same but brighter, and less and more gold. Gotta go upgrade these cats. Gotta keep on Mom's name out of his mouth. No, he's good. He's allowed to. He's allowed to say our mom's name. Lilith. Lilith. Can I go do a side quest with this outfit? I probably can.
Let's do this.
I'll see what that. That's a lot of fucking numbers. Why is there so many numbers? Deal 33, 66, 82, or 99 damage. What? So it's just a gamble. Which one out of those four it's gonna be?
Not everyone wants my advice, but they're gonna get it either way.
Just give me a target.
Thrown object deals increased damage in combat. It equipped it, right? It should have. It didn't equip this one. Oh, wait, yeah, no, it didn't equip it. It's right there. Buy it again.
I'm here if you need me.
What's up, Spider-Man?
Hunter.
Rest easy, Spider-Man. I have dealt with the unknowable before.
Yes, but have you ever worn clothes with their own appetite? I know symbiotic alien goop can seem like a cool idea, but take it from me. Not worth it one bit. The symbiote gets in your brain and makes you do things you'd never ordinarily do.
Nico and Magic. Yeah, I mean, they are pretty basic, the names. Because I mean, hey, we have two people called Steven here. You have Stephen Strange, and then you have Steven Rogers. Wait, why can't I not say this? I use the infamous emo hairdo. Can I say this? Why can't I not say this? Is it because I'm not emo enough? I'm not emo enough to say this? Symbiote is no match for my will. Everest too low. What the fuck are we playing? Are we playing a fall game? It's just a pose.
I have wielded weaponry with its own willpower. The symbiote should be worried about
emo.
me.
I love the confidence you're projecting here,
Sorry,
Hunter. I
Spider-Man.
do. Eddie Brock was once a normal, regular jerk. Now he's stuck wearing an alien tracksuit that eats people and sometimes
Just a
controls his
poser.
body. And he's more of a jerk.
People emo. Not
So,
even a real
you know,
emo.
he's a
Don't even have black
cautionary
hair.
From
You
what I
have
know of
black
Eddie
clothes.
Brock, I'm not nearly as malleable or insecure.
Pathetic.
Good point. I guess there's no other way, huh?
Only this suit can penetrate the symbiote barrier around the sanctum.
Yeah, I hear that too. What sits worse with me? The Sanctum Sanctorum is wearing a symbiote. Alien-possessed architecture gives me the extra creeps.
Lilith should scare you more. I don't think I should say that to him. We must face our fears.
To stand against the forces seeking to fulfill the prophecy, we must conquer what terrors hold us from our duty. Fear holds us back. Fear makes us small.
You can't fault a scientist for voicing an abundance of caution.
I cannot. And your warning is heard, Spider-Man. I shall be alert and ready should the suit try and tempt me.
Hey, that's all I needed to hear. Hunter, I hate to say something as cliche as, you got this. so I'll say something cheesier. I believe in you.
Thank you, Spider-Man.
Just be careful wearing that extraterrestrial tracksuit, Hunter. Last thing we want is for you to turn against us.
Thank you for your concern.
I'll try not to become an emo.
Thanks for hearing me out, Hunter.
Just a poser. Just a poser. He's not even a real emo. Yeah, Spider-Man is really the only one still leveling up. This is small. Because the mom, our mom Lilith is the main villain that we're trying to stop. We're trying to kill our own mom again, for the second time. The first time we did it, we both died.
Ever listen to Spider-Man about symbiotes?
Hunter's expertise extends beyond the supernatural and metaphysical.
Perhaps, Aunt, the Spider-Man is correct.
This is not the first time we've used the weapons of the enemy to fight our enemy, and it will not be the last. But it is your decision, Hunter. You are the one wearing it.
Can I say no? We must destroy this after. We shall not succumb to the suit.
I have endured corrupting forces in the past. Whatever this symbiote's nature truly is, I shall not let its thoughts become mine.
I expect nothing less from you, Hunter. I suppose I do have a single misgiving, Hunter. If the symbiote has any unusual reactions to your collar, well, keep an eye on it, and be sure to let me know as soon as possible.
Of course.
I feel like it goes without saying. If anything compromises the integrity of the collar, it is important, correct?
That is correct. Your collar and your life are intrinsically linked. We would need to mitigate any damage to save your life. Hunter, you must take extreme caution in all actions. The threads binding our reality together are inextricably bound in surprising ways. Sometimes they are stitches, other times knots or tangles. Reckless action and needless risk are the threats we must be most aware of. Now, put on your alien suit and go free the sanctum sanctorum of Lilith's corruption.
Lilith!
I do not believe Spider-Man's fears to be founded, but nothing is certain. However, if he is right, I fully expect Spider-Man to be annoying about it. So don't let that happen. Remember,
he's right next to you. Why would you say that?
Alert me immediately. Salutations.
Spider-Man's right next to you. Scattering expectation. Oh, quickly gotta go train with someone. Upgrade abilities.
Time to take it to the next level.
Do you want to train good old Ghost right now? How is this guy level 9? What the fuck? Ghost right.
Like playing with fire, huh?
Perfect. Let's do this.
Later.
Actually. I don't really make use of this, but let's see. Can we craft any combat items that would be useful? This is such a annoying sound when you fucking move past these. No. Nothing really. So let's go. What? Bringing 5 people onto this mission? Usually it's only 3. What the fuck? Wait, but Ghost Rider is not here. I want Ghost Rider, damn it. The Hunter and Midnight Suns must break through the symbiote barrier surrounding the Sanctorium and reclaim it from Lilith.
Still no sign of Venom. The Parker boy really came through.
Even with his disappearance, his pet symbiote has unfortunately not given up its taste for my sanctum.
Neither has Hydra. They've upped the guard again, which I didn't even think was possible.
This symbiote creature has had a stranglehold on us.
Where's my
long
horns?
enough. It is
My
time to
sunglass.
strike.
Are you sure that thing is safe?
Well, we didn't exactly have a manual, but the science and spooky bits are sound.
You should be well protected.
It's a big risk.
So is leaving Lilith in command of the sanctum.
You're both right.
But I bet you have another option. Sorry, didn't mean to spoil your moment.
A frontal assault has too many variables, but there's always the hole.
The back door. Of course. I know the risks, but at some point we have to start believing in each other. In ourselves. Your design will hold.
We would never let you step into battle unprepared.
Besides, what was the first rule of demon hunting you taught me? If at first you don't succeed, stab again.
Aw, you think Reed and Sue have such heartwarming moments with Johnny and Ben?
Why do they keep mentioning the Fantastic Four? Wait, but why was the 5 people? Continue to squad 2. Oh, what the fuck? I get to control 2 squads? What is this? Hey, well, give me. I want the move one. Yes, please. Can Ghost Rider be in the second squad? No, I'm in both of the squads. Oh, god damn it. Why does Ghost Rider have to sit this one out? Alright, let's do it. Wait, what? Wait, why is she in her bikini? Excuse me?
We're gonna get the sanctum back for Strange.
I like your
Nice
optimism.
one, game.
Thanks. I have a good feeling about this.
She forgot to put on her
I have a
suit.
good feeling about you.
Whoops.
What was that?
Nothing. Boo Hydra.
What the hell?
So the new suit. Someone's going to die.
Yeah, hopefully not me. Wait, but Ghost Rider's just gonna chill here?
Can't wait to see you in action.
Wait, everyone is here.
Hunter, putting me through my paces. Man, I just wish I could have brought my.
Oh my god, you and your brother Gabe.
I wish we had more time to test Strange and Stark's monstrosity of a creation. But with Venom out of the picture, even temporarily, we need to strike now while we still have the chance.
I agree. Now is the time to strike.
And don't worry about the suit, Hunter. We've got your back.
Let's roll.
That is some messed up wallpaper.
Must have got hungry without Venom around.
Evil consumes everything. Even itself.
Ready for round 2.
Always.
Ding ding.
What is that?
Old magical graffiti? You tell me.
Not the wards. That.
Caretaker, tell Strange we found a way back into his sanctum.
Finally.
Oh, and one more thing.
We are not alone.
Purge symbiote. Defeat enemies to acquire this Purge symbiote card. Purge symbiote will immediately summon additional reinforcement to fight. Purge symbiote from all 3 pillars. Okay. If all heroes 56 block.
The Breaker can smash through that symbiote. Now you'll just have to do it a few
guy
more
has a-
times.
That guy has
And try not to
132
bring the
health.
roof down on your heads in the process.
I think I can hear Strange grimacing through the radio.
Taunt each enemy in an area, gain 1 count. Damage an enemy. Sure. Wait, this is just a basic attack. No one's within reach of that? What the? Oh wait, these are both quick moves. Oh. Well, no one has 47 health, unfortunately.
Hail that!
Yeah, doing this guy. Maybe we should do this guy? Nah, doing this guy.
Not bad.
Knock back. Let's see. Alright, well, I think if we move you over here, we can knock him into that guy, and then that guy dies, and then... That's one more enemy taken care of, at least. Yeah. Hopefully, maybe, I hope. This should kill, right? No, it's not even enough to kill. What is this? Well, since it's not even enough to kill, I might as well just bonk him into myself.
Not a problem.
I am impressed.
On each enemy in an area, Jesus. He's gonna fucking die if we do that. Well, I guess that might be the best we can do for now. Yeah.
Smooth sailing so far. You're mine.
You really want to keep doing that?
Target locked in.
That's fine. Actually, maybe not.
No time for hide and seek.
Why are you dancing, Blade? Okay.
Not enough.
Make him blow up. Oh. Wait, what does that do? I think that should make him do more damage, right?
Hydra
Yeah.
sure does get around. Are we sure they don't have a limbo portal too?
Oh, go shoot this guy. Or should we shoot that guy? We have the only knockback we have is this one, I guess. To eliminate the sniper guy. Actually, no, we have this too. Okay. Get rid of this guy.
They're mine. Your mother.
What? He just killed that guy and said your mother. What the fuck? Blade? How toxic. Man, but then if we do this, we can permanent this guy, but oh my god, it's still not gonna be enough to kill. Are you serious? Enough to kill the sniper guy. Oh. Give me a good card, please.
Weak, even for Hydra.
What the hell is this? Oh, it's this card that we got. Yesterday, which I have no idea what does. Well, I guess we'll find out. Summon one light and one dark explosive. Do I just become like a bomb or something? What is this? Oh, it's like that. Alright. Might not actually be too bad. I don't think it hurts me. At least, oh, it does hurt me. God damn it. But it didn't say it was gonna hurt me before. That's a bit awkward. I was gonna knock this guy into it. How much damage would that have done? Oh, yeah. Not mine. I can't even reach. Yeah, well, never mind. Let's probably just get rid of this guy.
Leave some for the rest of us. I saw a move like that once, centuries ago.
I mean, we need to do this 3 times. I should probably do that next turn. Because reinforcements is going to show up anyways.
Follow my lead. You cannot stop me like that.
Hey, he resisted that. Oh. And luckily, they only sent one guy. Oh, and he's blowing up. Okay, that's actually perfect. There's one less guy I have to worry about.
It's almost a shame Stark and the Doctor aren't here to see their little project in action. The Faithbreaker will finally purge Venom's foul corruption from the Sanctum and the city.
Alright, well, let's do this.
Still come down to me punching some.
Wait, they're all over there? Oh my god, wait, that's perfect! The reinforcements showed up with the bombing guys. Wait, that could not be any better, to be honest. Oh, now if only you had a knockback card, that would have been even better. Let's get rid of this card. Give me a knockback card. Oh, perfect, it did. Just got a random card. Alright, well if I do that, I need to move Captain Marvel first, but holy shit, that's gonna do omega damage. What a bunch of fools! They all showed up with their reinforcements, but this guy is gonna blow up. Okay, well, first things first. Move Captain Marvel. Over, like, over here, yes. And then I heal, just in case it decides to get rid of my healing card.
Oh, the light's gift. Welcome
Sweet.
assistance.
And now we do this. Omega damage time.
You have earned this.
He's gonna blow up, right?
You are lucky to still be breathing.
No, he didn't blow up. What the fuck? I thought that would make him blow up. Oops. No, that's fine. We can still do this.
Your time has come.
Now do it to the other one too. Why would they show up right there? Solid reinforcements. Oh, I can target them there. Well, we should be okay. Yeah, we're cool.
They're not living up to their reputation.
What do you mean? I just like murdered 5 of your guys.
No retreat.
You don't know who you're messing with.
That guy keeps going for Captain Marvel.
You are going to pay for
Pew,
that.
pew, pew, pew.
You're
Really?
ready
He
now.
killed him? He healed him and he got the buff by the other guy. Holy shit.
It's too bad those gloves won't work for anyone else. We'd love to see Carol, Captain Marvel, not those tendrils of Sakaar.
You keep talking about
Aw,
him.
Blade. Such a sweet talker.
Indeed. For now, leave the faith breakers and me.
Hey, Captain Marvel's not getting targeted. Interesting. Well, this is the guy I have to kill, right?
Here we go.
Yeah, we can go Super Saiyan with her. Oh. Oh, that guy's gonna attack him next turn. Yeah, that's fine. That is okay.
Let's do it.
That's a neat trick.
Which arm are you guys again? Arm D, B team, third string?
Each enemy in the line. Oh, I can't get all 3 of them. No. Let's see here. We don't really need to target that guy. It's okay. They both cost free. How much health do you have? You have a lot, so you might actually be okay if you were to do that. Oh wait, but I can still move. Can I move back here? Oh yeah, perfect. Oh god, I can't see. What a shitty angle. Oh, that should get them all free, I hope.
That is one way of making
Your presence known?
Perfect. Yeah, we should be okay.
We will never forsake her.
Hardly a scratch.
I've been waiting.
Got a little woozy.
Days? Oh god, no. Why days out of all things?
Systems active.
That's not good.
I've got your back.
That wasn't part of the plan. And that guy's getting buffed again with another counter.
Hydra will just keep throwing warm bodies in there until you're exhausted. Try and focus on the symbiote, not the
How
soldier.
many turns are you dazed? 4? 2? Oh god. Well, I guess it's fine. We don't really have a card to use with her.
Should get the blood pumping.
What? There's a guy there. Kage has taken damage this turn, plus 51. It's a bit overkill. Oh wait, that we actually killed that guy. Yeah.
Playtime's over.
Blast.
It sounds to me like they just missed their mama.
Why do you keep mentioning that mom? Yeah, we should get rid of this guy.
Watch me.
Jeez, he fell off the map.
Possibly match your strength.
So should we do this again? Probably. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna make him 2 off lethal. That's annoying. 2 of them attacking Captain Marvel. She's weakened. She might get down. Well, hopefully she'll be okay. One can hope. It's not really much I can do. Much I can do to help.
Reinforcements on approach.
Well, now she's definitely dead. Now that more people are here to attack at her. Let's see though. I mean, we may as well do this, right? Can I even do it? These people are in the way. Yeah, that should be okay. Oh, wait, I could do this, can't I? In one move. Oh, wait, no, I don't have a card play. We didn't bring a card play. Oh, we could do this. Yeah, that might help her. Keep her alive.
You can thank me later.
Feeling good.
That is so annoying. That he's gonna be too off. Alright, well, let the shit show begin, I guess. Do your worst, enemies. Jesus. He's just a punching bag. Don't.
Engage!
Our friend is down.
Wait, if I can get a knockback card. I couldn't.
Crossbones will just keep throwing hydro bodies in there until you're exhausted.
Actually, I do have a knockback. I just need... Why do you do all of these cost stuff? Damn it, I just need one more point. So I can do the Omega Blade. Get rid of this. Give me just a default attack card. Yes, there you go. Thank you.
That's one hell of a move.
Alright, now we do this. Let me line this up so they get knocked into one of their friends. Yeah, like that.
Not bother running.
Holy flashbang. Wait, did I hurt myself in the process? Oops. Wait, because of this thing that was here, that hurt me. I actually didn't think it was gonna explode. Whoops. Mistakes might have been made. Oh, Blade should be okay for one more turn. Card is useless. I should have just discarded that. Well, I mean, according to this, only one guy's gonna shoot him, so it's fine. It should be okay.
Lucky shot. More of them dropping in.
Might have been too much of an Omega Blade. We went too crazy with it.
Wants a piece of the Daywalker.
That guy has way too much health. And this guy has way too many people targeting him. Alright, okay. But either way, we need to revive someone.
This is gonna hurt. And I thought man-thing was nice.
Not indeed. We went too crazy. I accidentally downed myself. Whoops. That wasn't part of the script. Accidentally downing myself. These are all the same, right? Yeah, all the same enemy.
You kissed the mother with that mouth?
Stop talking about their moms. Alright, well, now I should probably revive myself. Or revive one of them, otherwise it's game over.
Just what I needed.
Give that man a break, come on, man. He just got revived, and you target him right away. I need to do this, otherwise we're fucking dead. Alright, okay. Hopefully we have recovered a bit, maybe. Man, that really screwed things over. Me downing myself. Me doing friendly fire on myself.
I'm used to being outnumbered.
Okay, what are we doing? What's happening? Jesus Christ. 2 of them are frenzied right now. I really should probably do something about that.
Maybe you should teach me that one.
Was that truly your best?
You know, fuck interrogating him. I have other things to worry about. Right, this is a life steal, so that's good. I need to take this guy out. I need to take him out, so that way the mission ends, hopefully.
Weirdos like these that give people like us a bad reputation.
Oh god. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Of course you went for Blade. Injured. Blade is gonna go down. But before he goes down, murder this man. Oh. At least close to murder.
Now that was something.
Oh my god. He is 8 of death. Alright, okay. As long as everything doesn't go too terribly wrong next turn, then hopefully we should be able to complete the objective. And then if we do that, hopefully the mission just ends. Wait, how is he not dead? Oh my god. He's double injured now. How is Blade not dead? Does he have like 1 HP? He has 8. Wow.
Even I have limits.
Okay, kill this fucking guy.
Time to bleed. Give the mother my regards.
Alright, let's hope the mission ends as soon as I do this. Let's see. Probably not. I feel like I probably have to kill everyone, right?
Broken through.
No, we did it. Is it over? Oh my god, it's over. Thank god.
It's gonna sound like one of Blade's action movies right now, but go!
Get to the sanctum!
Holy flashback. He turned into the sun. Lilith.
Mother,
You kept me waiting, child.
I am here now.
Yes. Alone. Always so alone.
Did I miss the party?
You are just in time.
I told you the door works now.
Sorry. First apocalypse excitement, I guess.
The little sorcerer returns home.
Can't say I like what you've done with the place, Demon Mother, or my friend. No matter. Already, the power of the Sanctum returns to me. Your days of plundering its secrets end today!
But that was never the plan. Now,
Yes, Mother.
sick.
No! We're losing her!
Maybe she's got the right idea.
Not while there's still a chance to seal that breach and save the Sanctum!
Do I have full health? Did I heal in the cutscene? Stop the Hydro Mystics from summoning Lilin. Attack defending enemies to break protection of the Mystics. Damaging a Mystic will disrupt the connection to the summoning ritual. The summoning portal will collapse when all Mystics are being interrupted. Is that a timer on this? I guess just the timer is until I die. See, Ghost Rider would have been perfect for this.
Banner's infernal device has torn through the
What the
wards
hell?
themselves. If we are to have any chance of stopping Lilith, we must interrupt her
Marks
mystic's
the,
ritual
wait,
and
makes the target
seal
unable to
her
attack,
breach.
not remove. The damage negates protection. Oh, it's I can do that to an enemy. I thought that wasn't myself. Medium to top. Yeah, so many of them are targeting Spider-Man. Oh, you can't. Can't kick the couch that far.
Coming at you.
Okay.
That's the spirit.
Oh wait, this does do damage. I do wish I had another card though. Get rid of this one. Much better. Yeah, we should probably damage this. Paragon Caller. And double.
How invigorating.
What the hell did the Paragon Caller do again? The next light cut plate is free. Oh, so I can heal myself for free. Does not cost a card play. Oh. If I do that, then I can do this, right? I do need to heal myself. But it's still gonna cost 2. It's unlucky. Oh, well, that's okay. Oh, wait, no, it's not gonna cost 2. It's gonna give me 2. Thank you. Heal myself.
We'll heal you. The power of the light.
And then we could actually do this wombo combo. Or this. But these guys are immune to knockback, right? Yeah. So maybe we shouldn't do that. This might be okay though. Yeah, maybe this is the go. Maybe this is the play. Maybe. Yeah, go for it.
There is no escape.
Don't down yourself this time though. Oh, explosions.
I've never seen anything like that.
They deserve no mercy.
Wait, I can actually kill her now. Wow. Let's go kill this elite summoner by throwing a box at them. Wrecked. Iron Man taught me that one. Right, now we end our turn.
Call forth something from the depths.
Just stop already.
What in the demon dogs? What does the demon dog do? Uncle Shake. Targeted. Shadowhounds of the pack. The Shadowhounds fight as pack. Every one of them targeting the same hero. If you taunt a Shadowbound, you would taunt all other Shadowbounds as well. Oh, and they apparently really don't like Spider-Man.
My blade certainly will not. Nice. A little less friendly than my neighborhood, but gets the point across.
Carol would be so proud of you right now.
Just the boost I needed.
How much health do they have? Oh, they just die in one hit. Knockback quick. Oh, well, I could knock these two into each other. They moved myself. Indeed. And before, okay, no. Sorry, before they were immune to knockback. And I didn't really.
Now that was something.
Nice. All cards in your hand, 40 plus damage until played with discarded. We could do that actually. Yeah, go for it. Bless us, Doctor.
Just what this battle
It's
requires.
just 100 damage now. Holy fuck. Let's use this. 140.
Time for some.
Get him, Doctor.
We aren't to be trifled with.
Oh, if only. Wait, I do actually have a move, don't I? Yeah, I can get a free one. Hell yeah.
I'm going. Should come in handy.
And Spider-Man can go take out this guy. It's a fault, yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately, it doesn't hit both of them. Nice. Yes. Do your worst, enemy. Damage. More demon doggos. Where are they going for now? The doctor? Yep, they're all going for the doctor now.
Change their minds.
I know I'm new to this old prophecy game, Doc, but none of this is good, is it?
No, Peter, it is not. Perhaps you and the hunter should retreat to a safe distance while I rectify the situation.
Well, let's give them all block.
What? 2 steps behind us? I've seen too many people for that one. I'm staying.
As am I.
Well, I don't like this card. I like that it caused one heroism to use. What's the Scott? Is he what it gives us? Oh, it gave us the buff again. Oh.
Watch closely. A gift from ancient traditions.
Well, I only have one card, please. No. Well, Strange has a lot of health. He can tank the damage from all the dogs, I hope. Oh. Oh my god. No, why is that not an angle? It's just out of reach, that explosive. Well, I just want damage if I hit him into Spider-Man. Can't do that. We can tank the damage, it's fine. Oh, that's probably going to be a lot of dogs soon.
Had the highest of standards for the minions. That time is clearly past.
Their mystics fall before us.
Well, shit. It's unfortunate we can't kill her this turn. But we can throw the crate at her.
A feeble effort.
Well, let's see what the summoner does. More dogs.
We serve until the end.
Woof, woof.
anyone.
This is the last chance.
Interference. Not
Oh.
getting through.
What? I didn't know there was a... Oh, wait, there is a timer.
The realms is collapsing. Some
I
technical
couldn't read the
difficulties are
small-ass text in the
From
top
you can
left.
still hear the
Sorry.
sound, but if something should happen, please
Oh
tell
my
Tony
god.
not to touch my stuff.
I have one turn to get rid of that. My fault. I didn't think there was a timer on this, damn it. Oh, that means I do have to get rid of this guy now. Oh, Jesus. Why are you doing this game?
Let me show you the way.
Is it even possible? Can you even do that?
Even the mother of demons is forced to rely upon hired hands occasionally.
He's still not within range of that. Well, get rid of this then. Oh, actually, I could kick that. Oh, that's fine. Reach the 2 combat entries this mission. +2 redraws. Oh, wait, but I don't even have enough to do that. To kick that. Yeah, if I do...
Follow my
do that, and hopefully that's enough, maybe, to stop it. Oh, he leveled up.
look a bit younger to you?
Well, while we're here, yes. Might as well get rid of this one. Kick her back to hell. Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Right. Right. So then if I do that. Can this the couch can't even reach over there, can it? Oh, it just about can, I think. So maybe we'll be okay.
As a child, I feared the serpent's
Yes.
ability. Now I teach them to fear me.
Now we do that, and hopefully,
So soon.
hopefully the couch can hit. It can. Fucking thank God. And that, if we do that, that should interrupt it. Jesus. Had to save it on the last turn because I didn't know there was a timer. Alright, well, we cool. Now we just gotta survive this onslaught of dogs. Who are all going for me, apparently. Saved by the couch. God damn. Couch came in clutch. Wait, so the summoners, they don't even do anything.
Attract new recruits despite decades of ineptitude.
They don't even
This has
attack.
gone on long enough. We must purge this evil from the sanctum no matter what it takes.
If there was ever a time for you to lose your temper, Doctor, this would be it.
If that guy's the side of Spider-Man, well, we gotta, like I said, we gotta take care of all these dogs. Oh, wait, are those dogs are not in play? They're just chilling there? They became friendly? Alright, well, that works for me. And this guy too, he doesn't have a health bar either. There's actually not that many enemies. There's not even that many enemies if half of them are just there for some reason.
The endless search for wealth and power.
Oh no,
with
it's just out of reach.
tinge of fascism. Hydra will never change.
Hopefully the mission didn't bug out after all we just went through.
Sorry, but you had it covered.
Wait, what is this? Can't do that.
I'm glad to have your magic on our side, Doctor.
Well, this cat is useless now. Yeah, it is. I can't do anything with this. Maybe now from this angle? No. There's not even anything here I can kick her into. What a scam. Get rid of it. Knock back in any direction. Oh.
This won't end
Yeah, because it's just these two. Oh, and that one dog.
Hydra's standards have fallen a great deal.
Yeah, so it's just that guy and the dog. The rest are just there for show, apparently. Which I guess is true, because they didn't attack. Why would you want to blow up next to the explosive barrel?
greater numbers to defeat me.
Strange choice. Alright, well, Spider-Man, go mock the sorcerer.
Trust me, some of my friends won't be this friendly. Or neighborhood. Or Spider-Man.
What loot did that give me? There you go.
Here we go.
Bring down the house. Expansion environment, 50% to refund the heroism. Oh, pop. Yeah, he still has free HP.
Hail that!
I can't even knock him into anything. Oh. Finish it in style, Spidey.
I'm on it.
Well done, my friend.
The second phase was a bit easier. Even though I didn't pay attention to the mission timer. Which almost screwed us over, but we got it.
Leave if you must. I can hold it.
Like hell you can!
I don't know what that means, but I'm guessing not good, right?
No. No, it is not.
A light extinguished. Rip the sanctum. Oh, that's a cool cover. Comic book cover. Jeez. We almost fucked up twice. And then like saved at the very end two times.
I'm just gonna say it. That really, really sucked.
Try adding a few dozen more reallys.
I'm in shock. I didn't expect to lose the sanctum.
Oh, you didn't expect to lose the sanctum? That was my whole life. Ripped open and decimated before my eyes.
We need to have a serious conversation about Lilith. She's much stronger than we anticipated.
We did everything we could, and it still wasn't enough.
Lilith is a pain, for sure. But right now, she's hiding behind our boy Bruce. And if he's giving her IT advice, then that's a problem I can do something about.
I failed. How else can I describe it? I failed not just my teammates, but the world.
That's right. You did fail. All of you.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Oh, hey, don't sugarcoat it or anything.
But that doesn't mean you lost. And that is an important distinction. This war is far from over. And tomorrow we will rise again. And fight again.
I'm too tired for a hoorah. The sentiment is there.
I appreciate the inspirational words. We all need it.
I'm sure. Now rest, get some sleep. All of you. The battle will wait until morning.
Hey, +2 friendship with everyone. Cutscene. Why are we in space? Part 2, the Sleeping Titan. What the that was just part 1? What? All of that was just part 1? Excuse me? Game is just getting started, gentlemen. Jesus Christ. Well done. That okay. How many parts is there? Holy shit. Sergeant suspect in Greenwich insurance scheme. Actually made advantages in Fiery Inferno. The heroic firefighters worked hours to contain this blaze to former resident Dr. Stephen Strange could not be reached. How is this connected to the webbed menace? Could this be an elaborate spider fraud? I know we get all this feed, but could we mute this post until the dust has settled? It's the news. You can't just ignore it because you want it to go away. My friend, and presumably yours, just left his home. He doesn't need to see this garbage. I don't want to live in a world where the news is only what I want to hear. You don't have to, but Strange doesn't need to wake up to people gossiping about what happened. I'm with the kid in theory, but Pat Strange's spa got a warning to the post. He has to confirm before he sees it. You can do that? Tony Stark, of course I can do that. Tony asked me when we're holding shop class. We're all in if you are. I can set it up for tonight if you have time to spare. I could do with some shop class. Can I take this Venom suit off? I want my old suit back. Oh, I could just have the mask. I can't change the all of the mask. Oh my god, that just changed. Right. But it didn't save the it did save the weapon. Okay. Damn. Holy shit. Marvel got mildly injured and Blake got moderately injured. We're sending them both to the sauna.
I know this is difficult for you, Stephen, but the Sanctum is gone, and we need to plan for what comes next.
What's next? Armageddon has already happened. What's next is hell on Earth. The barrier has been breached. Expect the world to fall, city by city, nation by nation.
I'm not ready to give up, and neither should you.
It's not just losing the Sanctum that hurts us. It's also Banner.
We will handle him, as long as he doesn't become the Hulk.
It's his mind that I'm most worried about. That rift charge is just the start of the awful things he could conceive of. He is Lilith's most powerful weapon.
Then you know what we need to fight back with, right?
We tried. Blaze is being impossible unless he gives us the parchment.
Shh. Voices carry. Let us lower ours.
Now's not the time to be AWOL, Hunter.
Don't worry, we're eavesdropping. We're totally not eavesdropping.
I had one job, protect the Sanctum Sanctorum, and I failed.
What time of day is this? Oh, it's day, huh?
Good girl, Charlie.
The dog just gave me money. Thanks, doggo. No, everyone is in there. Okay. What was it? Oh, was I gonna do something? I don't remember. Oh, yeah, I was gonna check this. Music box. Vivaldi Spring. Universally acclaimed concerti from Antonio Vivaldi. Seriously, everyone loves this song. Iron Man fanfic and anthology. Wait, what? A collection of downright fawning stories featuring Earth's favorite billionaire genius hero, Iron Man. What? What? Huh? Okay. Hello.
Where's Caretaker? This is taking too long.
She and Strange will be here when they're ready. I'm getting impatient too.
Have they seen what's going on out there right now? Maybe that would put a little pep in their step.
Getting reports of zombies in the sewers.
Vampires in Manhattan? More vampires in Manhattan.
The green sky is growing.
All right. Let's not give in to rumors.
Sorry, Cap. I don't think these are just rumors. The old Spidey sense has been on double red alert since...
We lost the Sanctum? Perhaps now you understand why I was so adamant we save it. Think of the Sanctum as our world's supernatural ozone layer. When it breaks down, or explodes...
Holes open up. Only in this case, instead of a nasty sunburn, you get demons. Lots of demons.
And his children basked in his light as the temple of the false gods fell.
Oh, what album is that from?
The prophecy. The dark god Cthon readies his return.
Well, does the dark god Cthon own a dude ranch in the southwest? Because there's a whole lot of something going on out there.
Should, probably tell them.
About?
The carnival. Johnny Blaze and the Quentin Carnival.
No way.
Who exactly is
The
Johnny
original.
Blaze?
Sort of a jerk.
Ghost Rider.
Famous stunt rider, fellow spirit of vengeance,
and keeper of the Parchment of Power.
The final page of the Darkhold. The missing piece my mother needs to complete the prophecy and free Cthon.
When were you gonna tell the rest of us this?
Welcome to our world.
The entire point of a secret guardian is to remain secret.
Yeah? From the look of things, I'd say your little secret is out.
With the barrier gone, our enemies must have been able to detect the page's foul presence. Lord knows what wretched evil Lilith sent to retrieve it.
A new region is now available. Oh boy. Mission can now appear in any region that... Oh my god, the game is really just getting started. Wait, this is Wolverine? Oh, it's a story mission.
Dr. Strange will shake this off. I'm sure he's seen worse.
This is not going the way I wanted it to. The Sanctum's gone. Hell has literally come to Earth. This is a worst-case scenario.
In my experience, things always get bleak before they get better.
Things don't get more bleak than this.
Then this will be my last stand. If I have to die to save this world, then I'll die fighting.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Oh, let's go open our ship.
Okay, so that's 2 superhero strongholds
What?
reduced to rubble, and now she's gone and really pissed me off.
Hog, are we gonna meet the original Ghost Rider again? We only saw him for like 10 seconds in the beginning. And then he fucked off. We're gonna get to meet him again? Hopefully he's not dead. I hope not.
Oh, you are gonna love this.
High modification to upgraded abilities. Oh yeah, get this. Whatever that is.
Got more coil for me? Initiating start.
Is this gonna give me 5 different cards? No. Holy fuck, 106 damage? Fury? Cosmic Ray. Target is... If target is targeting Captain Marvel, plus 23 damage. And Retro gain 34 block. Can I get these two? An epic Gamma Coil.
Sometimes I even impress myself.
Vapors of Valentine. Apply Concealer to Doctor Strange or ally. Reap. Consume all bleed on the target to deal remaining bleed damage. Bleed. I like never use bleed. Mindbend. Attacking the enemy. They attack their nearest ally. Yo. Get that. Sure.
An undeniable essence of power. Come back tomorrow, Hunter.
Combat items slot.
Remind me again why you haven't digitized this stuff already?
Oh, that's how you get the third slot unlocked.
See ya, Hunter.
Holy fuck, why is there so many items here all of a sudden? Gain 1 free redraw. Yes.
This should be useful.
Do you have attack cards in your hand critical for the rest of the turn? Oh yeah, sure.
This will do nicely.
Like the hero, their attacks apply 2 bleed for 1 turn. Well, maybe we should make that.
Always
Bleed.
better to be prepared.
Apply 2 marked.
On the bright side, Hunter, you didn't turn into a symbiote monster.
Has anyone seen my shield? More importantly, why did it snow last night and the Abby's back in my 9? Oh no, she wouldn't. Cal, if you know where my shield is, please share. I overheard Magic Nico dinner. Magic said she missed sledding and Nico twirled her staff and she said she could make it happen. Oh. The shield is fine, it was dirty, so we watched it at the grotto when we finished. Left a sticky note. So that's what shield is by the pool noodle meant. I thought that was a code message from Furry. Thanks for watching it, but never take it without my permission. Next time, ask if I want to go sledding. He wanted to join. I get this out of here. I don't like this. The Paragon collar was pretty nice, though. What does final mean? Cannot act after using this ability. Much is it just out for that turn, I guess? I get Mind Break instead of Deadly Grip. $106 damage. That is pretty fucking good. You know what? Maybe we'll take it off instead of the... Place the whip. Yeah, sure, we can replace one of them. I mean, I have 2 of them, so... What does Hiss even do? Then change to gain 1 hero or something. Alright, that's true. We gotta send people to the pool as well.
Let's do this.
Give all hero cards in your hands with damage
for old dogs.
Oh, for the rest of the
No
mission.
excuses
Yes,
here.
that's really fucking good. Instead of just a turn.
Most welcome.
Curse Rider is out training in the rain. Nice. Alright, well, we gotta set Blade over here. We'll recover. He gets to sit in the sauna while it's raining. Are we missing something? Man. I really wish I could do more of this. More of the side stuff here, but... I have no idea. I have no idea how to advance it. Oh, wait, Doctor Strange wants to talk out there. Yeah, I have no idea how to advance the outside. Where am I? Oh my god. Hello, Lucas. Knack! I need Knack's help with this. I don't know how to advance the outside world here. The side stuff. But also, the game is just getting started. The game is just starting now for real. We just started part 2 apparently. Everything we've been doing this whole time was just part 1. What? We just started part 2. This is part 2 apparently. Of the game that we're in now. So everything before that we did, that was all in part 1. Exactly. The past 30 hours has been tutorial. Hold on, let's see here. Yeah, you got it right. We have 31 hours of playtime. And we played for an hour, so yeah, 30. Exactly. You got it spot on. The past 30 hours has been nothing but tutorial. Jeez, what the fuck? That's crazy. You actually guessed it right. The number.
Must not be her purview.
Literally, the past 30 hours has been nothing but tutorial. Oh my god, time to pay for part 2.
I need to find the next moon seal.
Time to pay for the part 2 DLC. Gotta monetize that mob. Easy money back. Yep. Pay $40 for the part 2. Seems good, man. Gotta get that money back. Gotta monetize Marvel as much as possible. Gotta milk them superheroes. Wait, isn't that another box here? Oh yeah, right there is. Shit, how do I get over there again? As pop up with ads in the game. Like, hey, you see the last 200 spin-off movies we just made? You know, we got this show on, we got this show about this side character on Disney Plus, and then this show about this side character, and this show about this character, and then this and this and that. You know what? It's surprisingly that it doesn't do that. It's like during the loading screen between every mission, it's surprisingly it doesn't do that. Pop up with a little ad like, hey, watch this new show on Disney Plus. Base Sigil. And a color scheme for Ghost Rider. All of his different recolors are so terrible. This is like the only one that completely changes. But look at all the other ones. Like this is what he looks like normally. Then look at the other ones. It only changes like 2 spots or something. I know, right? You need your binoculars to tell if there's even a difference. Especially with this one. What the hell changes with this? I can't even tell because his head is on fire and ruins the lighting. Whatever. We gotta go talk to the doctor. Please, dolls.
Doctor?
Doctor? Hold on, Dak. What am I doing? Oh my god, I spawned in a loot box. Probably didn't have to see an ad for that.
You'd wind up here eventually. You were somehow always here as a child.
If only I had known him. And still you masked even this from me. My own father's grave?
It wasn't you I was hiding it from.
Watch this 60-second ad for another loot box.
I've been making a lot of apologies to you.
About the newest Marvel movie
Don't mean
in
that
cinemas
much.
next year.
But I am sorry, Hunter. Lilith's relationship with your father went against our ways, our purpose, or so I believed at the
Only
time.
in cinemas.
It was the Elder Gods
Only by
themselves
the
who
way.
first breathed life into us. Human notions like falling in love couldn't possibly be part of their plan.
And then you met Agatha.
If only
Why are
I'd
we having
realized
this
it sooner,
conversation?
I might have been a
Out
little
in the middle-
kinder towards him.
Out in the middle of the
especially
rain.
at the end.
What's raining?
What happened?
A great sickness came upon this area just before you were born. Your father was one of the first to fall.
With all your power, the two of you, you could not save him?
Yeah, we don't
was a
even have an
gifted
umbrella.
healer, but this was no ordinary plague. The corruption went beyond his physical body.
Feels rain,
In the
man.
end, there was nothing we could do.
Exactly, with all my power, I couldn't remember an umbrella. I'm some sort of half demon, half human that's been resurrected. I have unspeakable powers. But with all that power, I couldn't remember a simple umbrella. How does she react?
What did Lilith do?
She did what anyone would have done. She grieved. But in her grief, she lost herself, and her grief turned into anger.
Is that when you took me from her?
It wasn't long after that. Things started to fall apart before my eyes. I couldn't see another way out but to run.
The plague that turned her into the mother of demons?
No, this was something else, but cut from the same cloth. Your mother was no longer the woman I knew. The sister I had fought alongside for centuries. She was gone.
I've never heard you talk this way before, Sarah.
It's hard to walk the grounds here without churning up so many old memories. Maybe now you understand why I don't venture out here that often anymore.
What a time to get raided. How about having this emotional conversation? Uh-oh, Dad out outside while it's raining. Hey, appreciate the raid, Gov, man. Appreciate it, Gov. How was the stream? How did it go? What the fuck? What was wrong? What are you saying? What the fuck, dude? You saying what the fuck to my character? This is a normal outfit to wear outside while it's raining. What was it that we talked about yesterday? That this guy he's the embodiment of danger, or whatever it was that we talked about yesterday. That this guy screams danger. He looks like a hippie. He looks like a badass. He's badass Jesus. Look at those shades. He's a true badass. Yeah, he's a normal guy. There's a hello blue. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome from the Gov raid. And the plague. But right now we're just having this emotional conversation about our dead dad. Martha, indeed.
You were not affected by the plague?
We were all affected.
And how our mother
whether
became
we
the
were
mother
among
of
the sick
demons.
or not. I'm sure there was a time when your mother and I both would have just as soon join the dead than continue to watch the villagers suffer.
I cannot imagine you ever reaching that point.
Lilith may have been the most skilled herbalist in the New World. I saw her perform near miracles with the potions she concocted from
Blue.
the plants in her garden.
Welcome, welcome.
She was consumed by the idea of finding a cure.
But she never found one.
No, despite her efforts, nothing ever worked.
I can see how that would be a dark time for both of you.
With darker times still to come.
Hippie Jesus. Yeah. I guess that's a fitting name for him. This guy has many names. That's a new one to the list. Hippie Jesus. Our only savior. To save this world.
Thank you, Sarah. Your timing may need work, but I appreciate the honesty.
Anything for you, Hunter. Anything.
Can I open my loot box now?
They were always this easy to bring a family together.
What? Oh my gosh, she's blocking the loot box.
Tell me about my father.
Believe it or not, you could thank your father for those good looks of yours. There is a striking resemblance.
Was my father
I
Jesus?
only have the faintest memory of him. What was he like?
He was honest. A working man, you could say. Authentic. Of course, I still didn't like him, but that wasn't really his fault. I'm old enough to admit that now.
But he loved my mother?
He loved her, and she was smitten with him. As the story goes, they were happy together. For a time.
Until I came along?
You were an unexpected gift, but a welcome one. Your father was very proud.
I wish I could talk with him now.
I know that feeling all too well, kiddo.
Can you move away? I want to open my loot box. Can I open it from this side? No. She is blocking it. Oh my god.
I wish we had
Do I
more
really have
time
to
for
watch an
tips and
ad for her
tricks.
to move so I can open the
Prophecy draws
box?
nearer each day. We need the good doctor's head in the game.
I'll be back. I'll go talk to the doctor. Wait, you're excited for first day on Friday? Oh no. Don't say that. Don't say that, Gov. Look what happened last time. The PlayStation wouldn't work.
She does not see it.
You know how to fix it? Okay, that's good. If it happens again, you know how to fix it. That's good. Then yeah. In that case, first day on Friday should be fun. Do I still have the games installed? I don't think so. I have all but one. I think I deleted Knockout. But you've done a good 0.002% in God of War. Yeah. Sounds about right. It is a big game. A big, long game after all. Let's talk to GigaChat Strange.
Doctor?
Doctor?
If you've come to cheer me up, don't waste your time. There is nothing you can do or say that could possibly lift my spirits.
Joke. Challenge accepted. I don't think he's in the mood for it.
I just came to express my condolences for the loss of your home.
I appreciate
He
that, but I
liked
wish
it.
that was the only thing that was lost.
What else was lost, Doctor?
Do you even have to ask? You saw that all that dark energy burst from my building, electrifying the New York skyline with a supernatural storm. Those were Lilith's forces erupting into this world. Now they are free to scour every corner of this earth for the parchment. You should have let me go down with the Sanctum. Maybe I could have reactivated some ward of protection that would have prevented all her Lilin from escaping into the wild.
Look at how buff he is. Can't stop staring at his biceps. Could never sacrifice you. I feel like he's gonna hate that.
You are too important to sacrifice yourself now.
But
Oh no, he really liked that.
death
Oh my
could have
god.
saved our entire dimension.
I still would not do it. We need you, Doctor. I do not believe we can defeat Lilith without you.
I could say the same about you. We must accept this loss and gather our resolve. Like it or not, the reality is that Lilith is one step closer from completing the Darkhold and summoning...
Cthon.
We cannot let that happen.
Come on. Also, I have compliments. Who are we gonna compliment? That's a stupid question. We already know who I'm gonna compliment. We already know who I'm gonna compliment. How many compliments do I have? I have one. Yes. We all know who I'm gonna compliment. Now let's go find him.
Who is a good girl?
Wait, I
It
think
is
he's
my
actually-
Charlie girl.
There he is. Can I compliment him while he's fighting?
Bad guys better start running. There's no escape for the wicked.
No, I can't compliment him while he's training. Oh. Yeah, I think that's everything. We can go to the next main quest now. Or we could do a side one so we can do the shop class thing. Yeah, let's do that. Intel cache artifact. Go do the artifact. So Captain America. You know why you just got into books? Yeah, what books have you been reading?
If you can beat Carol in a straight fight, I'll let you skip training.
I've been wanting to do that too. Oh, not as crazy as you, but you know, just find one book and I don't try to read it every now and then during the weekend when I have time. Or I gotta find a book first, which I gotta go outside to do.
We could go a few rounds. I can see you've earned your...
Gain 2 strength for that mission start. I like how the music just stops you every now and then. Spy for kids. What, you mean spy kids? Is that what you mean? Spy kids?
I know it's not much of a consolation prize, but
Play 3 abilities in 1 turn. Huh. Kind of like Spy Kids, but British. Paw. Gov Spy Kids. That sounds good. Sure. Wait, no, not Spider-Man. Now I'll bring Nico. I guess, right? Or no? Maybe? Nah, bring Spider-Man. British. British Govs. Yeah, that's fine. Came out in 2006. Oh, that's an old book. I see. Well, not that old, but you know. Actually, it is an old book. In 3 years, it'll be 20 years old, that book. Where? In 3 years, that book will be 20 years old. What the fuck?
For the mother.
Wait, I've never encountered these enemies before. What? I'm not ready for this.
What happens when you mess with the Midnight Suns?
That won't be a problem.
Rage. Taking health damage will taunt this unit until end of turn. You can probably... Well, yeah. I said I wanted to also read a book. You can probably guess what kind of book I would go for. That I would read. 2004. That one is almost 20 years old. Where? A book with pictures. Isn't that a comic book? Wait, this one... Oh, what the fuck? 86 health. Yes. Yeah. What's it called? A comic or a manga, I guess. Oh, he leveled up.
Anybody else feel that?
And KO gain 1 count. Oh, that's not enough to kill. Fuck, I forget. How the hell does this portal work again? Alright, now I have to like kick you. Oh, it automatically kicks them into it. Okay, well then.
I like it.
I don't need to bound. It's okay. If I taunt one of them, all of them are gonna go for him. Damage an enemy. Taunt each enemy in an area. Oh, no. Might as well just throw a rock at this guy, I guess.
Here we go again.
Yeah. End turn. Do your worst, enemy. 40 damage. Okay, never mind. Don't do your worst. Push up.
Another unwelcome surprise.
This was a mistake.
One of the
the fucking Jesus Christ. What did special bosses arrived? Battery. You all negative effects. How much health do you have? 358. Oh, isn't that just an easy?
Times like this, I miss fighting the Red Skull.
No, I suppose it doesn't hit all 3 of them. That just gives me 1. When it attacks against the target, deal 50% damage. He is not near anything, is she though? No, she's just out of reach. Yep, out of reach of both of them. He's not out of reach of that though. How much does that do? That's 40. And it costs 2. But then, yeah, I won't have enough to do that. Righty. Well, let's do this. Let's see. There's no way I can get all three of them. No.
Prepare yourself.
How could you do that, friend?
X. Oh, I forgot how you work.
You can't stop me.
Mr. Sharon, I believe going to get Ruby's got attacked. Well, that sucks. You just discarded the thing I was gonna do. What an asshole. Well, then I guess I'll do this. Now he's gonna take Omega damage, Captain America.
We're friends.
Oh. Gains block. I mean, that would have been nice to have before I attacked, but I mean, might as well shoot now. Yeah.
Roger that. They're not gonna like this.
All the enemies are gonna go for him. Okay. Oh, it's a Marduk.
Little off. Hey, that actually hurt.
Hey, she killed the dog for me. Thank you. Oh no, not Spider-Man. Needs to learn how to block. I know, right? I guess it's just all for show, huh? The shield. How much health does this guy have? Way too much. Way too much. Alright, Bill, we need to take care of these, otherwise Spider-Man's gonna die. He might still die, though. But we can make it hurt less, I guess.
Try this on for size.
The clothes you wear give you a rash.
You get to take a nap.
What the hell were you wearing? Oh, so well played, Cap. That was him that did that, not me. He did it because he's confused. Wow, that actually worked out in our favor. What the fuck? I'll take it. Let's move this turn. Okay, well then if we do this here. Actually, I should probably stun him. No, but it doesn't reach. I was hoping it would reach her, but Spider-Man works too.
Okay, that's awesome.
He's still confused. What is he gonna do? He's gonna kick the fucking rock right in the magic. Mr. Cab, when attacking the guards, is damaging the health of those who apply taunt. This means the last hero to attack the Guardian will have to attack for the enemy turn. He forgot who was on his team. Wait, okay. Yeah, we can do this. I think, right? Right. Get over here, Spider-Man. Oh, but wait, if I do that, then Spider-Man's gonna get attacked and most likely go down next turn. So I should probably stun someone. How much health do you have? 42. Oh god. Yeah, well, we should probably stun her. That was uncalled for. Yeah, it fucking show out of nowhere. Just randomly bonk. Fuck you, magic. Eat this rock. The fuck does corruption do? Wait, that killed you? Oh my god, how much fucking damage did he do? Jesus. You just killed both of them.
This was supposed to be a routine operation.
It was. But I didn't expect that to be new enemies. I didn't think about that one.
What the fuck, Leo?
We just unlocked a new area, and I was like, oh, it's fine. We can do a little side quest. We can do a little mission if it's the usual enemies and all that. But then, no, it was all these new enemies that we've never fought before. I guess we'll give it another try. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be these new demon enemies, and on top of that, then it spawns corrupted Scarlet Witch as well. Like, it's all these new enemies we've never fought before, and then it also spawned that mega boss, Scarlet Witch. Like, Jesus Christ, what? That's a little too much, okay? Exactly, what the fuck, game?
Okay, that was awesome.
The park. Still wonder how you're gonna like this when you get around to it. Supposed to be easy mode. Normal mode. Easy mode is story mode. Which, yeah, we're not in story mode. Really? He's out of reach? Yeah, but I mean, hey, if you think this isn't hard enough, then there's 7 other difficulties over here. I actually don't know how we're gonna play this out, because this guy has like giga health. And if the Scarlet Witch shows up again, then oh my god. Well, I guess we could. Good luck, Leo, good luck. Thank you. I'm gonna need it.
You're pretty good at this.
If we do that, everyone's gonna target Captain America. You don't like they don't like story games? Well, who said that? In your Twitch chat? I guess we could do this and no, because I'm gonna find them interesting. That's weird. Why? How do they not like the story games? How can you not like story games?
Ooh, I like it.
Wait, but shouldn't they go for Captain America now? Only attack the unit which applied the taunt. But they're still going to Spider-Man. What is that? Weird. Well, I think this is as good as it gets.
This one's for you.
Not if you're good. Very true.
And I'm good.
And especially if you play like Doom, that's a fast-paced game. Giga damage.
Another unwelcome surprise. This time it's one of the fallen.
They haven't changed their minds yet.
You got so bored. I mean, that just means the game is not for you. You're not a fan of the game. You're not interested in it. I mean, there's many reasons to not get bored. If the gameplay is good, the story's good, and all that. If you're just having fun, if it's got that Yubi charm to it. So what's going on here? Everyone's going for Captain America. At the end of the turn, it's what? Jesus Christ. As long as it's not telling lies. Now that game is just gonna make you feel uncomfortable. That game is just gonna make you feel like a creep. Didn't really give me any attack cards.
Let's settle this.
Yeah, be sleeping after that game. Oh, you have to tell lies, yeah. That game puts you straight to sleep. Get rid of this guy. That's better. Yeah, that's better.
Here we go.
Huh?
Mother will never let me fall.
What are we hurrying about? Omega damage.
Not great, not terrible.
174 shield. That's a lot. 2% damage. What? What are you saying 2% damage to? Huh? No, I did more than 2%. She's like below half now. Oh, all half.
About to get
You did 3%. Oh no, what are you doing? Oh no. Why'd you have to confuse her? No, goodbye, Spider-Man.
Let's finish this.
Yes, see? She's like beneath half. Unit cannot act because they're confused. Well, 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 well. Well, 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 well. Knockback taunt. He's fucking dead. Yo, fuck me. Nah, it's okay. This is, believe it or not, this is salvageable. Please don't take the card. Please don't make me lose the coin flip.
How could you do that to a friend?
Fuck, we didn't lose the coin flip. What the fuck are you doing? Alright, okay, well that works. He set the line. I refuse to believe. Oh no, it's one off lethal with that. That's a bit unfortunate. Oh yeah, we could do that and then... Yeah. Well, this is a quick action, sure, we could still revive Spider-Man. Yeah, okay. Right. So... Murder this one.
Nice armor.
What are you gonna do? Please kill the dog. Please kill the dog. Oh, just go over there. That works too. Sweet. Okay, that works out in our favor. And now we've revived Spider-Man. Now what are you gonna do? Please attack the big guy. Oh no! Why are you doing that? Well, that works. You killed one of them. And you did damage to her, but you did damage to the team too. Whatever, it's fine. If it works, it works. Okay, it's perfect, it's fine. Because now we use this too. And everyone gets shield, and they get to draw 2 cards. Here goes some shield to Cap, and Spidey and Magic. And now we're out of moves. Wait, do they both? They do the same damage. Actually, we're not completely out of moves. We can throw a quick rock at her. Yeah, go do that.
Watch my back.
It's not within reach of the other one. No. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Wait, is she? No, I can't kick that now because I don't have points. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, as long as 7 dogs doesn't show up, we should be okay. She might be dead. Okay, please don't set 7 dogs. Okay, only sent 2. Oh, cool. Provided you have to confuse him. He's like my damage. Chaos field, okay. We have to get out of the chaos field, otherwise it's gonna explode. Wait. What?
Really got my number that time.
Wait, what just happened? She got bored. Wait, she summoned the chaos field. And then she went like, alright, I'ma head out. People leave. KO'd herself next to the side and then just left. Wait, what? Wait, how did she KO herself? How did she do damage to herself? What? The fuck just happened? Too rich for my blood. That 100% what just happened. What? Well, that works for me. Please attack the dog, not Spider-Man. Okay, you just ran over that. That works for me. $79.59. This does more. That was so fucking strange. Why did she just leave? Alright, now this rock. Oh no, he's gonna be one of lethal, of course. Infamous XCOM one of lethal. Right? Okay, this is pretty good. All the dogs are attacking Captain America, who has 158 shield and 64 health, so he should be okay. Yeah. What is your debuff? Take 17 damage. That's fine. You'll be able to do this, which is what I need you to do. Move over here. Knock this guy into the dock. Perfect.
There are worse things than death, and I can make them happen for you.
Please go attack the dog. I'll just run over there. That works as well. Sweet. Now we just have to deal with these three. That's not even enough to kill it. We could end the game here, which I guess is what we'll do. Even though I want to open the crate, but it's fine.
Ready?
See, we did it. Pog.
Hopefully they learned their lesson. But we all know
I told you it was salvageable. It became even more salvageable when evil Scarlet Witch just decided to murder herself. Wow, what a comic book cover. They pulled a Mike Wazowski on Magic. It was Batman. To salute as blocking her out. It was unfucked when she decided to leave. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know why. Like, she didn't even leave. She damaged herself somehow. I have no idea what that was about, but hey, I can't complain. I'll take it. That was a lot tougher than what I wanted it to be. She's just left. That was so odd.
Ah, Hunter, good to see you.
Hey.
My dog.
Good girl, Charlie. You heading to shop class?
I might. Swing on by.
So is that a yes, or...?
Yeah, I'll be there.
You said that last time, too. What are you seeing with those binoculars? You're seeing the joke.
That actually is
Pretty funny. I know where I joke. Can I go open my loot box now that Caretaker was blocking? It's so odd. He fits right into the world, isn't he? Badass Jesus. Badass danger Jesus. It looks like Leo. Yes, definitely 100%. This is me. I'm just as ripped as Jesus here, IRL. Yeah, you can open it now. Range Captain Marvel. Alright, I got something for myself too. Oh. The face stitcher that you can't even see because I'm wearing sunglasses. What the fuck? He looks like Aquaman now. Aquawoman. Nothing. Yeah, I do actually get some cool things in the boxes. Sometimes. What in the... I can turn him into a snowball. Yeah. That everything? I feel like I got something else, dude. Or I should have it. Oh, yeah, I can go compliment him now. Oh. Iron Man fanfic. Wow, I wonder who that's for. That's clearly for Spider-Man. Wholesome gov. Wholesome hops.
Shop class tonight. You free?
Anytime. I'm always free for you, Ghost Rider.
I am ready.
Right on.
Wait, why is there so many boxes?
Good instincts, but you want to tighten up the array.
Like this?
Close. Here, I can show you.
What's all the, new equipment?
Ah, the supplies? No need to thank me. Donated to the cause, courtesy of 5 Stark subsidiaries.
Wow. It's really something.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess, but just
You're not ready?
I'll
Well,
clear
you
out the
better
rest.
get ready, because
I
we're
promise.
already here.
Awesome. That's great.
You best get ready. Or else. Or else she gets to hang out with Grace. Grace from 5G.
Did you know Tony planned to do this?
No. Did you?
Nope. Maybe he can tell us what's going on.
Oh, okay, I'm ready. No, but I'm ready. Come on.
Huh.
I don't want to hang up with
What is
Grace.
wrong?
It's nothing.
What is Mexican Iron Man?
How's it going, boss? Ready to get your hands greasy?
Tony, why did you bring all this equipment?
Really? The old stuff has a junkyard horked up in an 80s machine shop vibe. Why? Were we supposed to vote on it?
No, you're fine, but how do you get it here?
No problem, but I would like to know how you managed to bring all this to the Abbey.
I was just taking up space in various warehouses, so I had it delivered.
How?
I carted it, crate by crate, through Limbo. Don't bring it up with Ilyana. I dropped a spectrometer off her glowy bridge. She's not happy. So, about this situation, I get it. We're bumping elbows. But you kids are doing good work here. Whatever you want to do, I'll support it.
Thanks, Mexican Iron Man.
I'll, leave you to it.
I spoke with Tony about the equipment. He says he wanted to support shop class.
That's all?
No, he has an agenda. What kind of agenda would he have? Why do I call him Mexican Iron Man? I'll show you.
He believes he is
talking with Ghost Rider.
That is good enough for me.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Look, you came here to make something. Don't keep Parker waiting. I guess I'll keep an eye on Tony. Make sure he doesn't do any crazy rich people stuff.
Like what?
We don't want to find a champagne waterfall in the break room, you know? Actually, that would be tight.
He has an agenda. Well, it's fine. Hey, just look at him. It's because of his stash. Look at him. He looks so weird. He usually doesn't have a stash like that, does he? He's different from what I remember. He looks like a knockoff budget Mexican Iron Man. With that stash. It usually comes with a beard. I know, right? That's what we were all saying to the first time we talked about this. When we first saw him. That he usually has like a goatee and stuff. But now in this game, they can only afford the stash. They can only afford knockoff budget Mexican Iron Man. Sometimes he has no facial hair. I don't think I've ever seen that. In your... In fact, I'll kill you that way, Park. The Slasher Street Boys.
Glad you cleared that up with Tony.
Classic.
Now we can get to work. We have no big threats on the horizon, so
Classic
today we're going
Slasher
to
Street
retool some
Boys.
of our gear.
No big threats? What about Lilith?
Shop class deals with known quantities. Lilith alters fundamental scientific principles just by existing. She's way out of our league. Besides, we have a ton of ideas in the backlog for these personal prototypes. It all depends on the components at hand. I have the components you gave me. Always good
When
to
did
get
I
ahead.
give them to you?
I'm ready to put this together. How about you?
I am ready.
In your sleep. Yeah, I guess. Look at Mexican Iron Man. He just stands there. He like barely moves. But I guess I gave it to him in my sleep. I slept walked over to him with the equipment. Double all heroism gains for 2 turns. That sounds amazing. The next Iron Man card is not discarded. Yeah, I get that because I don't even have to. Oh, Dr. Ghost Rider will leave. Oh, it's inside this. Wait, I haven't even had the chance to use this yet. Wow, I really don't have a lot of these. Have a good rest of your stream. I appreciate it, Blue. Appreciate it. You have a good one as well. Thank you for dropping by with the Gov raid from earlier. A lunch party playing all the songs? Park. But you hosting a lunch party? Playing all the songs?
Well, that went not poorly. And that's a decent prototype. Just needs refinement before you bring it to market.
You plan to sell it?
It's only an expression. Although, nope, stopping right there. Catch you at the next one, boss.
All your songs. Yeah, you're gonna play all your songs once you get accepted. And it was the big lunch party, Park.
You ready to
That sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I'm good, Ghost Rider.
I am ready to go.
I'm down. Well, I'm not gonna play. No, I'll pass because I probably suck at rhythm games. So I'll pass. But I'm down to join. The watch, yeah.
He's right. It cut our time in half.
Let's Ghost Rider. I still need to compliment them.
When I see you as the spirit of vengeance, I can feel the fear.
That means a lot coming from you.
Problem, Ghosty. 11 more. I think that's also the last. Wait, is it the last level? Yeah, I think that's also the last level. Yeah, careful. He might kill you if you keep going. I mean, you're not even wrong. From what we learned yesterday, if I keep giving him compliments, he's gonna probably end up killing me. Especially if we were back at his place. It's like, hey, if you complimented me back at my place, I'll give you a good beating for that. That literally doesn't make any sense. Oh, you complimented me? How dare you? Now I'm gonna beat you up with my boys. What the hell?
Always on the hunt, right?
Paul Ghost Rider, man. Gotta watch my compliments around him. Hey, Bowfield. Ability to upgrade.
Damn. What are we gonna do without the?
You're still sitting here? Have you been sitting here all night reading that?
Okay, so that's 2 superhero strongholds Lilith's reduced to rubble, and now she's gone and really pissed me off.
The sanctum's gone.
Oh wait, what do you want, Spidey?
I have something for you.
I do.
A gallon of web fluid and 1,000 helium balloons?
Components for shop class.
Alright, I guess that's comparable.
How close am I
Outside hunter,
to
you
ending
turn
this
into a symbiote
game?
monster.
Very far off. Because we just started part 2. Everything we've been doing until then, that was all part 1. we spent 30 hours in part 1. And we just started part 2. Like, this is still the beginning of part 2. We're about to do the first main quest. Part 2. But everything before that, everything you saw me do before that, that was all in part 1. I don't know how many parts there are, but, well, yeah. It took us 30 hours to do the first part, and, well, I don't think we're anywhere near done. Oh yeah, what's on the shop? Music box. Oh, Danny boy. Sometimes the pastures means more. This bittersweet tune calls us back to a simpler time. Music box. Props. On the slopes of Vandergor. A letter by a song to children in Transyria. A small engraving under the lit reads from Papa. Be good, I will return. Yeah. I am on part 2.
Doctor Strange.
Is there only 3 pots or something? You're on the last pot.
Strange and Tony should start a law.
Are you serious? There's only 2 pots? That seems odd.
Oh, you are gonna love this.
Phoenix Flame.
I had one job, protect the Sanctum Sanctorum, and I failed.
Let the hero consume half of their health to revive an ally with that health.
Found another artifact, Hunter? It may not be flashy, but it will get the job done. If only I could say the same to Tony.
What was the question you asked? If I could be in chat on call when you play this. To help you.
Got more coil for me? Sure thing. I'll get started. How's that for quality workmanship?
Why do you need me? Sure, you'll do fine. Is it because it looks confusing? Confusing and complicated. It's an ally. Told all enemies talking. That's pretty good.
Day,
60
Hunter.
hours. Yeah, add another 20 onto that because it's me. So 80 hours of game time. We've still got a lot to go. Yeah, actually, yeah, it sounds more accurate. I added another 100. Well, actually, these two are pretty good. Oh, what is that? Yep, see, you know it all too well. Make sure to add some extra time in there because the DVD breaks. You know it. In case DVD does something crazy. Random event out of nowhere. Wait, why do I not have that equipped? Laptop Plus. Oh. Yeah, I am indeed. Only for 1 hour. That's the plan. As long as I don't get too into it, too immersed. Yeah, I can't quit.
Time's wasting, Hunter.
It makes it cost one less.
Don't stress it too much. There's no wrong answers here.
Sure you don't stay too. And before I just hang up and be like, no, sorry, you have to do this. Just leaves call. Proceeds to play DVD on his own. Campfire's calling my name.
Lilith seeks to wipe all our havens from the earth. Avengers Tower.
Yeah, you just be
Hey,
like,
can I
dance
ask a
game,
favor?
what the fuck? The Infinity Gauntlet. I don't know if it's real, but supposedly it can grant unlimited power to whoever wears it. What would you do with it? One snap of their finger to destroy my enemies? I use it without a second thought. Is anyone pure enough to wield such power? I think not.
Thanks, Hunter.
Always heard that I have too much energy.
That is a compliment.
Depends on who's saying it. Used to hearing that I'm too powerful. I need to pull my punches.
That seems counterintuitive in battle.
I think it's because I intimidate the inferior. The most boring conversations are about who is more powerful. What do you think about that?
Matches is how you use
A show of strength can avert bloodshed.
For me, it's about knowing I can stand up in any fight. It's not about going binary or anything like that, although binary is fun. Real power is standing back up after getting knocked down.
That is an inspiring notion.
Resilience in the face of adversity, baby. That's what I respect about you, Hunter. You're not afraid of your strength, and you fight to win in every battle.
Caretaker and Agatha shaped me that way.
If they did a good job, we all just might stop this apocalypse. And I'm betting they did. Damn it, we needed that sanctum.
It's the first thing you say after we just ended our
May not have seemed
conversation.
worse, but I still think he can...
Save DBD for last. Yeah. That might honestly not be a bad idea. Might actually be a really good idea, in fact. Since you know the games that we're gonna play, they've been out for a little bit and not like, you know, the most popular. That might be hard to find games. Might be hard to find games like, you know, around this time. I mean, then again, it is a Friday, but still, it could be hard to find matches around like 1 or 2 in the morning, so... We should probably do the lesser popular ones first. Like Friday the 13th. And Resistance. But I mean, that's obviously the one that I'm gonna start with, because can't do that one. You don't even know how to buy the game, though. Do you? Because you have to buy another game in order to get it. It's not its own thing, unfortunately. Did we do everything? Oh. But I mean, I'll just tell you. You have to buy Resident Evil 3 Remake. That's the only way to get Resistance, unfortunately. Right, so let's do the story quest, which is with Wolverine. But yeah. I mean, I haven't thought of the order yet, but yeah, it'll probably be... Well, it's at least Resistance first, and then DPD last. Then we'll see what we do in between. Maybe we'll just do it in alphabetical order.
Well, you know what they say about practice, right?
New percentage 2. He has a 2% chance. Wow. Trouble comes home to Johnny Blaze, and the heroes need to find him before they left us. He's level 11? What? I'm supposed to be level 11 for this? Bring Ghost Rider. Thank God. But when do you think you'll play this game? Do you have any idea? No, okay. Well, whenever you do, I can try to be there to help you. You need help with anything. It is not too complicated though. Pretty easy to understand. That's all good. I can help. I can help. Sinja, you don't usually play these types of games, right? Strategy games. Turn-based strategy games.
We're actually gonna meet Johnny Blaze? This is a total pinch me moment.
The others do not seem as excited.
Blaze has a bad reputation, but I think he's just misunderstood.
You're wearing his outfit too.
Man, I just wish I could have.
Oh my God, you and your brother.
We love this place.
Blaze has kept the Parchment of Power safe so far, but he won't withstand a full-on assault from Lilith on his own.
He will not be on his own much longer. The parchment will stay safe.
Good. And while you're there, see if you can talk some sense into him.
Maybe after the first God of War. Oh. You're not going straight to the sequel?
He didn't have it. How about you?
We're being paid to find the Page Creed. Have fun on your own time.
Oh, this ain't about the money anymore. Get inside.
It's him.
You
Paul.
can go straight to hell. Oh, she's scared. Oh, crap. That's just cheating.
Surrender the Page, Blaze.
Nice to meet you, lady.
Surrender, or be destroyed.
Ah, they dug up Junior, too.
Child.
struck a nerve, huh? Then you're gonna love this. Heard you were dead, Johnny. That was the idea. I'd ask what you were doing here, but I just pumped a few rounds in his chest.
The legendary Johnny Blaze. I have heard much
Hear that? This is your fault. Play with Mama all you want. I've got people to save.
Bye, Johnny.
Mama. Long story.
Mama. He's too OP. You can't play as the original Ghost Rider. He's too overpowered. Beat the Nest Mother. Nest Mother summons altars each turn. Destroy them to damage a Nest Mother. If altars are destroyed, the Nest Mother may turn them into monuments. Monuments have different effects which can help enemies and hinder the heroes.
We'll just have to hope Blaze can handle the escape on his own. You've got your own to deal with. All that
What?
Those altars she's summoning are going to make things a lot
Are you telling me I have to destroy all 5 of them in one turn?
Out the big lady in a rock collection. Got it. Bring what you got.
Oh my god, I have so many fucking
just
buffs.
Because Lilith decided to talk through this one, don't feel the need to show it any mercy.
Immune to knockback, immune to taunt, immune damages. Destroyed. Move. That's Mother's Cave. Attack an enemy. They attack the nearest ally. Taking health damage will taunt this enemy. Wait, how? Why? What? Huh? How has he already lost health? Well, I want to see how this works. Pretty too damage. Too rich for my bro. This is the second time he's done that. Fucking Ghost Rider, man. He doesn't have time for this. OG Ghost Rider.
You were too weak for this fight.
You're too rich for my bro. I'm out of here. Joseph, what the fuck? Wait, I can't believe you just said that. 1v1 me on feet. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? That works.
I'm impressed.
It's 96 damage. How much health does it have? It had like 200 or something, right? 300. Ah, but it's already 108. Nice. Say that like we haven't done that before. That is true. That is true. So sure, I'll just go get rid of this enemy. But why do you want to do that? It's been broken the last couple of times. And we've done it. Might as well.
You have been judged.
To see if it's We gotta finish this. So I said we were gonna do this January. Finish the 3 games we didn't finish last year. Which is, yeah, this is one of them.
As commanded. Destroy.
Jesus.
Somebody feel a breeze?
Our children are coming for you.
I can sound mine. Oh yeah, that horror game. That actually seems pretty good. What is that? why is that one bigger? What does that do? Okay, they're all going for me. What is the next one that raises a monument? It will benefit the enemy or hamper the heroes for various means until it is destroyed. Tip: destroy small altars do damage to nest well and prevent it from converting them into monuments. But I did destroy everything. She just cheated and directly summoned this thing.
Destroying those altars may be the fastest way to bring her down.
Assuming we can get past that Guardian.
Not my first rock monster rodeo. Nothing to worry about.
Wait, what is that? Corruption? Oh god. All enemies have a chance to gain concealment damage. So you're saying I should go for that? It's got a random card. I don't like that. Only 2 levels off. Oh, and the sound. No, that's one card. In the horror game. In sound mind.
This is gonna hurt.
That's pretty short too.
You aren't good enough for me.
72. That's not enough. No one's close enough to get knocked out. I mean, we could do that.
Now for something real special.
Taunt. That means they're all gonna go for him. Which might be a bit too much for him, to be honest. But I guess we could attack this guy. Yeah. Yeah, no, still not enough to kill. The apostles take away from the horror. Why is that? Is it too long or something? You know. Actually, I think I could kill the thing. This. By throwing a rock at it. Oh, they're just very long. Nice. Yeah, do that, and then wait, how much does that do? This is 40. That does 42. And they both cost the same, so might as well just do this. That might actually kill her. Wow. 8 health. Well then. Go throw some more rocks, goes right up. It in fact did kill her, yep. 8 off a lethal. Well, do your worst. He might die. Wolverine? Okay, no, he's fine.
Lilith will not be pleased with your efforts.
Well, in this turn, we can kill her. Yeah, she's just summoning more of those. What is that? That's even more of an Omega monument or whatever. Does that refresh the shield? That does, damn. Cursed. Confused. Oh no! And everyone's going to go for it. The Hell Ride.
Any altars you don't destroy she'll attempt to turn into monuments. Shrines to Lilith that manipulate the battlefield.
Well, if I kill this one,
My mother was so vague.
GG, right?
That comes with the territory when you have a following to maintain.
Yep. Wait, but what about the rest of the monuments? What happens to them? Okay, they also just get destroyed.
Lilith won't be happy to see her favored ones fall so easily.
And we don't even have to kill the rest of the enemies. I think, or maybe? I don't know what's happening. Hey, you don't even have to kill the rest of them. Sweet.
You cannot resist, child. The prophecy will be fulfilled.
Maybe so. But not today.
Let's hope not.
No, Ghost Rider.
So tough without that little pop gun of yours. I'm gonna enjoy this. Not as much as me. Somehow, you get uglier every time I see you. And you get smaller. Grunt. Stop fussing over me, you idiots. After them. No escape this time, Creed. I was gonna say the same thing to you. All of you.
Yeah, Wolverine's having a good time. Sabretooth won't wait until the enemy turn to launch his attacks. Oh, Jesus.
Looks like
we're fighting in a circus.
Too bad she couldn't do something about that face.
You're full of jokes now.
I have
But let's
2
see how
hell
funny it
rides.
is when I spill your guts.
Already killed you once, scumbag. Ain't gonna be a problem doing it again.
I am the one being targeted. So, oh boy, I'm in trouble. Discard a random card. Well, please don't be this one or this one. Thank you. Wait, are they within reach of this? Alright, yeah, I don't have any heroes. Oh, he is. Sweet. Omega hit. Now, what card did it discard? Okay, discarded that. That's fine.
She'll do it for me.
Well, I don't need 2 hell rights. This does 101 damage. Oh, good. I mean, why wouldn't I?
It's gonna get me. Mother won't let me.
Max HP. Who are you gonna go for? What are you doing? Next action will deal high damage and apply wound. Immune to taunt. Remove disincapated. Well, unfortunately, I cannot do 56 damage to you. It's a damn shame, isn't it? All of these guys are going for me. So I should probably take this opportunity to heal myself.
The knight will carry you onward. This shall be of great help.
Well, and then that's all we can do. Well, actually, we could take care of this one, just to have one less dog. And it seems the god fell asleep. He passed out on his keyboard. Ah, we can get rid of this one too, sure.
It was your time. If you thought I was dangerous before, get a load of me now.
Not slow me down.
Silly.
They've chosen their fate.
You're gonna pay for what you've done here. I'm gonna make sure of that.
He moves in
Small
front.
man talks a big game.
Yes. Yes, do this. You're awake, kind
Should
of.
do the trick.
The gov is half asleep. Holy shit.
Not bad, bud.
Well, good thing we got these lifesteal cards.
Now that was something.
Chain 4. How many do I need to chain? There you go. Perfect. Now we should do that one more time. Because those big guys, you have to down them twice.
That could have been a lot worse.
Wait, that cost one. What a shame I don't have a symbol card just to take care of you. Wait, how much do you have? 86? Yeah, I mean, I guess this is what we'll have to do, unfortunately. That's fine.
Rip you.
Gov is question marking. The Gov is already confused.
Leave some for the rest of us.
Yeah, you see all these fallen enemies? You have to down them twice. You have to defeat them twice in order to fully defeat them.
A few more.
That was about to say. Is that one dog? That's all you sent for backup?
Sure about that?
You should have seen their faces. Family night at the carnival. I could have almost tasted their fear right before they bought it.
You'd be doing me a personal favor if you could shut him up. Permanently, if possible.
On it.
You heard the lady.
Pain is temporary.
How much health do you have? 250. Oh, I should have done this first. Oh, but if I... How much health does he have? Who are you gonna go for? Me.
It's happened.
Only 28? That was so like over dramatic, just 20 damage. Oh. Time to do the Omega combo on him. Get him, Ghost Rider. Hunter. He's dazed and confused right now.
Maybe you're as good as they say.
See, Batman's son? Wait, what? Why Hunter? Now what? We could actually kill him now. Sure. No, that was turn on. Speed kills. Trophy.
The leader has.
He's down.
Oh, that wasn't too bad at all.
I will not fall for the same ruse twice.
Thought as much.
Who the fuck? Grab out of here.
You're welcome.
Enough of this.
Easy, kid. These were his people.
Big wheel. Wow. Good thing to have an Ferris wheel. Grab out. Oh, yeah. Where's that at?
We did what we could, Blaze.
That's what folks with bloody hands always say.
If we do not stop the Midnight Sun, the entire world will get far bloodier.
Not my problem anymore. Forget the damn prophecy. I know I sure as hell am.
Then he leaves again. Goodbye.
Aren't you gonna follow him?
Nah, he may not have been listening. But I am. Keep talking, kid.
Meanwhile at home. Small wheel. Oh, I was hoping. Yep, exactly. I was hoping for Doctor. That's who I was hoping for. I was hoping for Ghost Rider to meet Ghost Rider. Oh well. Hello. We have a new friend here.
What happened at that carnival was a tragedy.
One that could have been avoided.
If you did not keep so many secrets...
Oh, well, what is this, a duet? Since when did you two get so chummy?
Don't change the subject.
The spirits of vengeance have always been the secret guardians of the parchment of power.
Guardians? Blaze is probably using the page as toilet paper right now.
I met the guy. You're giving him too much credit.
We did what we had to do. That secret kept the page out of our enemies' hands for centuries.
At what cost?
You cannot win this war with secrets.
Magic is right.
If we're going to stop Lilith from causing any more massacres, we need to come clean with each other, now.
There is nothing else, Captain.
I wish I could believe you.
So do I.
Then I don't see a point in continuing this conversation.
Meanwhile, we're just staring like, hey guys, we're back from our mission. And we have a new friend. Wolverine.
This is grade A bull. Is Steve...
I can see you are still upset, Ileana.
Guys, we're home.
Of course I'm still upset. Caretaker continuously stonewalls us and expects all of us to just go along and make nice. But it never works out that way. You would think she would have learned by now, but I guess not. She should trust us more.
Joke, did she hurt your feelings? I don't think this is the time for a joke. She means well. You don't trust her either. I feel like that's the right thing. Maybe not. She means well. Smoke away. We're back, guys. Please, guys, we're right here. You don't trust
If
her
you were
either.
to be completely honest with yourself, you would have to admit that you do not trust her either.
She
How could
liked
I?
it.
She keeps too many secrets.
It was
She
the right
always
choice.
has and always will.
Distrust only breeds more distrust.
Neither Caretaker nor Tony told us she gave the page to Blaze for safekeeping. They should know he's one of the least safe people on the planet, no matter what Robbie says. Now all that stands between this realm and Cathan is that overrated stuntman. Entrusting it to him was a
Overrated
mistake.
stunt, man. Did you just call him that? Well, you're just too weak for this job. Who would you have given it to?
And do you have a better idea to whom we should entrust something of such value?
I'd give it to Nico to hold, and if she didn't want to carry the weight of it, I would.
And you would be willing to risk your soul
Hunter is
holding
one
it?
of my friends.
It is said to have
My
demonic effects
friend's
on its
son. Wait, what?
Demonic effects? I'm already as demonic as this realm will tolerate. I don't cower from the darkness. I am made from its fabric. I could handle it. But alas, they did not give the parchment to me to hold. Blaze has the parchment, and I cannot change that. Let's just hope he can hold on to it.
Well,
I really wanted to slice up a nest mother.
let's change into something more comfortable. There we go.
Hunter, thanks for riding shotgun. Next time, though, bring a real shotgun.
Wolverine's how old? Sure.
Join
let's throw
hang
another
out.
ancient dude at the problem.
Oh, Hunter, you here to yell at me too? I saw a listing for a 4-story walk-up, Upper West Side.
Join hanging out with Iron Man. Oh, the other one is Blade.
Think about that now.
You know someone called Hunter. What a cool name.
I know.
Hunter.
I just thought it might cheer you up. Hey, I heard about this crazy video online. A monkey riding a cat like it's a horse. You want to take a look?
What the fuck? Oh, I want to hang out with Magic, but do we have a gift for Magic?
I said no. Tony, don't you realize what I'm going through? My whole world has quite literally blown up.
I just want to cheer you up, that's all. Hey, you want to curse me?
I mean, we have a gift for Iron Man. We have this fanfic. Iron Man fanfic anthology. What would be a good gift? What would be a good gift for Magic? I had meditation. Gothic coloring book. I think that's for Nico. Maybe we don't even have anything for her. Well, that sucks. Well, then maybe we'll just hang out with Iron Man and give him this fanfic.
They're accusing me of keeping secrets, as if that's the biggest problem we have right now. I don't know, maybe the demonic green sky over New York was too subtle for them to notice?
I think they noticed.
Well, it wasn't intentional. We were supposed to win in New York. We weren't supposed to lose the Sanctum, or Avengers Tower. Or Banner. I mean, call me crazy, but would sitting everyone down and telling them all about Blaze and the Parchment really have made a difference?
You were just protecting them.
I understand why you did it. The fewer people who know about the Parchment, the better.
That's exactly right. When everyone operates on a need-to-know basis, they can focus.
Is that how you are able to focus?
Well, no, I need to know everything.
Sure.
Things are spiraling out of control, and right now, I just need to figure out what to do about this prophecy.
You really think you can stop the Darkhold's prophecy by working in here?
Well, I'm kind of known for making the impossible possible. Give me a couple hours and a decent lunch, maybe an Italian hoagie, and I can fix anything. Trust me.
Joke. You're gonna need a bigger lunch.
If you want to stop the prophecy over lunch, I think you will need a bigger lunch.
Well, I need to be careful not to eat too much, especially carbs. I just blow up and, blow up. Huh. Please excuse me. I need to jot down some ideas.
Are you making prophecies of
No, we're gonna hang out, Iron Man.
Shoo, go.
I have a fanfic for you.
Gotta get a sign.
But before we do that, I need to go. Yes, I need to use the bathroom. So, BRB really quick. Monka W. I'm scared to go to the BRB screen. Oh, let's see what happens. Is it gonna play a McDonald's ad? No, okay. No, they haven't sold out yet. The penguins. But cool. Need to go piss? Yes, they do. So BRB really quick. Hopefully the penguins, they don't run an ad while I'm gone. BRB. Hey, I made my grand return. What happened? The Penguins, they didn't play any ads, right? While I was gone. They didn't sell out while I was gone. Oh, microphone. Oh man, I really want to hang out with Magic, but it's like, I don't think I have a gift for her. All the ads. Oh god. What kind of ads? What kind of ads did they give you? Every kind. What's that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? It means stop asking questions. Okay, alright. Alright. No need to get so aggressive. It's okay. Alright. I think Magic might like this. Hold on. Alright, who will be hanging out with you?
Can we trust Johnny Blaze?
Magic?
I'd like to
or
believe
Iron
we
Man?
can.
I wish I could have helped today, Hunter.
You're a real MVP around here, Hunter.
Any preferences, gentlemen? I can't decide. I mean, maybe we need the coin for this. Yeah, maybe we need the coin to decide.
Okay, so I'm a Spider-Man caught up in the
Heads,
world of magic and demons.
Iron Man. Tails,
How do I
Magic.
keep getting into these messes?
Who has a coin? Heads? Oh, fuck. Okay, well, Iron Man it is. The coin has spoken. The coin's word is final. Stargazing, working out, meditation. Yeah, let's work out with Iron Man. Become ripped.
How's your spark treating you? Any feedback? Acceptable answers are genius design, work of a genius, really anything involving the word genius.
I have an exhaustive list of suggestions. I love it. I use it all the time.
It is well crafted. I use it every day.
And before
It
he
works
dislikes
no matter
that.
where I am.
So, no, he
you
really
call
liked it.
A work of genius?
Perfect. That's a great pull quote for the press release.
What is a press release?
Don't worry about it.
Hey, I can give him the fanfic. Iron Man fanfic anthology. A collection of downright fawning stories featuring Earth's favorite billionaire genius hero, Iron Man.
I'm always happy when someone thinks of me.
Happy. Good. Plus 17 friendship. Jeez. Jesus. That's what I got. Everett's shirt that says Avengers on it. Sure. And what did I get for myself? I got this. What the fuck is this? Sea foam? Why did he give me this? Now this is really the best shirt in the game. We all know that. I'm gonna make you my witch. Speaking of witches, let's finally go talk to Wolverine. What is... Oh, no, this is his room.
You know, it's kind of rude to walk around in here and not give me so much as a hello.
That's what I'm here for.
I assumed you were asleep.
I don't sleep much.
He's so
that
hairy.
doesn't stop me from enjoying the company of a comfortable bed when I spot one.
After that fight at the Quentin Carnival, I suppose we all could use a lengthy rest.
I can't get too comfortable. Not so long as Sabretooth's still out there.
He is your quarry, I take it?
I guess you could say that. We have a history. None of it nice. Though he's definitely changed. His nasty side got, well, nastier.
Lilith's power can corrupt anyone. I got you, Gov. See you in a bit. Seemed like you could handle him.
From what I have seen, he should not be much trouble for you.
I've been tracking and fighting him for decades. If he was easy to handle, trust me, I would have put him away for good ages ago. This last time, though, he's gotten even more deadly.
Then I hope you can rise to the challenge. Does not look like you are planning to stay long. Some find our abbey to be a bit unnerving.
Oh, this place is nothing. You'd be surprised at some of the places I've rested my boots.
Now you have to share.
You talk
He's
like
probably
that.
not gonna
now
share.
You have to tell me some stories.
Oh, he is.
Okay, let's see. I've been all over the planet. And a few other planets besides.
Other planets?
Yeah. We're not alone in the universe, you know. There's the Kree, there's Skrulls, there's the Brood. Most aliens you're better off avoiding, but there's a few good ones out there. I'll tell you though, after a while, all you really care about is a nice soft bed. I see the way you're looking at me. Who's this mysterious guy hanging out in my place all of a sudden?
Perhaps.
Tell you what, I've got a little break between people trying to kill me, so let's have a little chat.
Oh, what do you know about Johnny Blaze?
What do you know about this Johnny Blaze?
He's a flaming jackass. Used to be known as the Spirit of Vengeance, until even his attitude got too bad for that job. Seems like he's really committed to the carny life now. Must be the funnel cakes and fried candy bars.
Do you think a man like that is up to the challenge before him? Guarding the Parchment of Power is not a task taken lightly.
Yeah, we faced some vile customers together. He may not have the flaming skull thing anymore, but he's got guts where it counts.
He can't turn into Ghost Rider anymore, what? What is your history with Sabretooth?
How long have you known Sabretooth? Seems like you two have a history.
His real name's Victor Creed, and you're right. We've got bad blood going back a long time. Believe it or not, we used to be teammates and pals. Kinda.
They say familiarity breeds contempt.
Yeah, well, they get things dead on sometimes. Didn't take me long to notice he wasn't exactly playing with a full deck. Creed and I have long since chosen to follow different paths. Yet somehow we keep ending up at the same friggin' destination.
Where did you come from?
You seem like a nomad, but surely you have a place you call home.
I guess you could say Xavier's place has been the closest thing to a real home I've ever had.
Who?
Oh, Professor Charles Xavier. He's got a swanky place outside of New York City. A private school. Lots of space and plenty of interesting folk. It's a lot like your Abbey here. Except Charles has a baseball field.
His first name is Charles?
Yeah. If you got interest, I'd be happy to explain all the rules sometime.
You know the Midnight Suns.
You seem to know everyone. I assume you know the Midnight Suns as well.
I know some of these kids. Didn't know they got themselves a band name.
Who do you know?
Magic, for instance. She's the kid sister of a buddy of mine, Pyotr Rasputin. I call him Colossus.
Interesting. You and she have similar attitudes.
Maybe because we have similar backgrounds. I grew up in Canada, surrounded by wolves. And she grew up in Limbo, surrounded by demons.
Yeah, same thing.
Which place is worse, Canada or Limbo?
Oh, Limbo. They don't have hockey.
I should get going.
I have taken up enough of your time. I should go.
It's been a pleasure. If you have more questions, you know where to find me.
Hunter, you there? I'm in the library. It's super important you meet me here ASAP.
Nico? Man, I was gonna sleep. What are you doing? Wait. Can I go up here? Oh, wait, maybe you can only go up here when the clock rings. Or the bell rings, I guess. No, now it makes sense. Oh my god. Why is that a thing? Oh, wait, this one looks sick. The recalls don't though, but actually that's just the classic. Wait, I like the other one. It just gives him a cowboy hat. I think this is from the movies. Oh, the library. Maybe she found the ghost of Agatha.
Blaze has the parchment. We must find him again before Lilith does.
I can hear you standing there, Hunter.
What are you reading, Nico?
A limited edition print of the Book of Thoth.
The Book of Thoth? Where did you find a book of such rarity?
I didn't. Someone just left it out. Weird, too, because I was looking for a book on chaos magic so I could understand Wanda's grimoire a little better. I didn't think I was gonna find any, since Caretaker probably hid or burned every single text on the topic. But, poof, here this was, waiting for me.
Quite a coincidence. Perhaps the library's haunted. Quite a coincidence.
It has been my experience that what we seek usually has a way of finding us first.
Yeah,
Be
maybe,
like
but it's not like books just pull themselves off shelves and on tables. Well, not in this castle at least. Someone left this out.
I wonder who.
Sometimes I think this library is haunted by a friendly librarian ghost.
Find anything
You
helpful?
might be
in it?
right in that.
I did. There's a historical account of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh who was struck by a dark madness after reading a page from an old book called The Scrolls of Cthon.
Wait, that is another name for the...
Darkhold, I know. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if this was the first case of corruption in recorded history.
It's probably just a myth. What? Anything is possible. Was it cute?
Was this pharaoh's corruption ever purified?
Hold up, I haven't gotten to that part of the story. So the
Welcome back
legend
up.
goes that nothing could
You
cure
missed the
pharaoh.
whole
A
conversation with
traveling light worker came along,
Mr.
laid his hands
Wolverine.
upon the pharaoh and recited an incantation.
You probably would have liked that.
The pharaoh came back to his senses and returned to his good old classical Egyptian disbody self.
Now we're talking with Nico. That sounds hopeful.
Sounds like the best possible outcome was reached for everyone involved.
Well, not for everyone. So, like, when the Lightworker recited the incantation,
He is.
he absorbed
I'll show you
all
one of his
Aer's
outfits after
corruption
this
into his
too.
own body and
One of his outfits.
died.
That really,
He did
really
not survive.
No. But the lines of the incantation he used are scattered throughout this book. I'm gonna have Magic help me transcribe them and see if we can use them to cure Wanda.
Let me get this straight. You and Magic plan on piecing together a 100,000-year-old incantation that worked
What do you
once
mean?
and
What?
killed the person who said it?
I want to show you one of his outfits.
Yes?
This is going to end in disaster. Sounds like a long shot. No risk, no reward.
Well, if you want to save Wanda, you will have to take risks.
100%.
Be like that.
Well, I'm gonna find Magic, see if we can
Why
find
are
a
you
dent
Monka
in this
Wing?
transcription. I'll give you a shout when we do. Until then, not a word about this to anyone.
Wolverine might be the only one who has two really good outfits. My dog is here. You know why? What?
Good girl, Charlie.
You think I'm gonna show you in his underwear? I mean, I can show you that too if that's what you want. I mean, you can already see the one right there. It's his classic outfit. Hog. And then this is the funny one. Look, he gets a cowboy hat. Why does he get a cowboy hat on this? Why is it called X-Force when X-Force is well? This is what it looks like normally. The X-Force outfit. This is just a recolor. Is this what it looks like, X-Force? Yes, yeah. Well, yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, and the recolor is called X-Men. Why would you buy this one? It's like the same as the normal one. Anyways. Classic Wolverine. Well, I mean, this one is... Well, specifically this one. That's obviously from the movie. Even I know that. And I haven't even seen the movie. It's just funny he gets a cowboy hat. Oh, yeah, the game that's gonna come out in like 5 years.
Glad to see Nico found the book I left out for him.
Oh.
Dig that one up.
That is gonna be fun. I am looking forward to that too, because, I mean... It's Wolverine. It's Wolverine, and it's made by the same people that made the Spider-Man games and everything. And it's actually gonna be, you know, 18 plus and pretty brutal from what I've heard. Oh. That's pretty exciting. Not 5 years next year, really? You sure about that? Oh, is that just copium? Copium. Shortly after Spider-Man 2. Yeah, but this is Sony. Shortly after? What is shortly for them? Like 5 years? 2 years? 7 years? Maybe 2 years. Let me believe. Let me huff my copium in peace, damn it. Let me huff my copium in peace, Leo. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'll stop shattering your hope. A DM from Iron Man. This pose is restricted to the Midnight Suns. Haven't seen Steve and this depressed since they shut down Fancy Cloaks and what? Sourcoats magazine? Sourcoats? Not Sourcoats. You mind? I don't know. Keeping an ear out? Why can't you do that? Too many practical jokes. He always freaks out when I'm nice to him. If I'm myself, I'll just aggravate him at a time when he doesn't need it. If you wouldn't mind, being there if he's in the mood to talk will do wonders. Oh, and don't tell him I actually do this. He'll get prickly. Tony, you need to talk to your friend. I don't know. When he's like this, I'm a handful of fish hooks in a room full of balloons. But I guess I can try. Breaking. Tragedy unfolds in the outskirts of Flagpole every so today. Over 24 were confirmed dead at the Quentin Carnival. According to county medical examiner Bopniak, the total number of casualties is expected to climb. It's a real mess in here. Blaze us as people. I don't see him coming back from this. Nevertheless, we must recover the final page. After the mess at the carnival, that's the actual one thing he has left to lose. How do you see that Gork duck? Agreeing that vision of his manners in the future where reality survives his original Blaze, retaining this page. Tony Blaze is a legend. He'll want to punish the wicked who kill his friends and family. In a way, he'll let Lilith get her hands on it. And Lilith isn't the only one who wants the page. Guy's list is longer than mine. If he can cross it all at once, he'll do it. Venom and Miles, Jesus Christ! You think a Holly thought you'll be able to play as a Venom, but switching between Miles and normal Spider-Man, then yeah, I could see that. I could see that. You're forgetting you never had and cheap manufacturer. A gift from you really means something. Thanks, boss. That's something you need to see. It's a bit of a hike, so clear your schedule. Okay, let's go.
Is this what you wanted to show me?
He wants to get high and mushrooms.
Fascinating, isn't it? Some of the rarest species of flora I've ever seen. Carol says there are mushrooms growing in these woods that were thought extinct decades ago. And that tree over there? I'm pretty sure it just winked at me.
What?
I did not realize you were so interested in nature, Tony.
Oh, I'm not. I have terrible allergies. I'm just petrified to be inside.
Tony.
I know. I'm sure it will be all fine in the end. I mean, look at us. First time I laid eyes on you, I assumed you were gonna swallow my soul. And now here we are. Two friends, enjoying a moment.
I get scared too. You're right. It does get easy, don't we?
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
You're right, of course.
I'm
just surprised you didn't work in a basilisk or giant spider or some other terrible monstrosity you've beheaded over the years.
Yes, I suppose your situation is not unlike unraveling the web of Rorg, the Spider King. One strand at a time.
And there it is. Well, I suppose it's time to get back to the old Abbey.
Why are we doing this again? Plus it's raining.
Well, Hound.
Are you sure? I could stay outside longer if...
No, I'm good. Better, in fact. Owe you one. Besides, that tree I mentioned that winked at me before, I think it just took a few steps closer.
What? That color scheme already looks terrible for him. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, if you get to play as Venom, it'll probably only be for a few missions. Like, yeah, Mary Jane in 2018. But you'll probably be able to swap between the two Spider-Men. Something like that. That'll probably be a place where you can swap. Like, go to a specific place in the game, and then you can swap to Miles or something. There'll probably be something like that. What the fuck? How are you feeling about Green Iron Man? Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree with what you said. How I feel about it too. It is not as bad as I thought it was gonna be, but it's really not the best either. Holy shit, that is a lot of blue. How is this stealth? I guess it is stealth. I guess it is stealth, because ninjas, I'm pretty sure ninjas back in the day used to wear blue or something like that. So, I guess it makes sense. You like this better? I mean, I like blue and all, but man. Feels like a little too much blue. I'm actually gonna get that green one, because why not? It's gonna look so weird during combat and cutscenes.
Who is a good girl? It is my Charlie girl.
How's the story? Well, now that we've actually been able to do it, and I haven't been as distracted, it's pretty good. I really like it. I really enjoy it, the whole thing with us having to step on Mother Lilith, the mother of demons. Then yeah, we recruit all these different superheroes along the way and everything. Yeah, you always excited. Yeah, you got a good point. The game has to be really terrible for me to not like it, and that's how you know it's bad. It's like a certain telling lies game. And a certain game of left. Don't say that name. Don't say that name. Don't speak about it. Green top.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
Yappy is beautiful in its own way, but I can't imagine growing up here. Do you have any favorite memories from your childhood? Dinner was always fun. A warm fire, feeling the good tire. What? Feeling the good tire from a day of training. Ekafera teasing caretaker about some small thing. The feeling of achievement when I mastered a new move. The look of pride in caretaker's eyes.
Thanks, Hunter.
Ghost Rider.
Okay. Okay, Robbie. Just remember, you and Blaze are peers. You're legit. You're Ghost Rider 2. Ghost Rider 2. Electric Boogaloo.
What is he saying?
Oh, most sequels suck. Okay. Just be cool. You got this. Morning, Blaze. Want to do some Spirit of Vengeance training in the yard? Oh man, I sound so lame. Freaking
Robbie thinks he sucks. Thinks he sucks compared to the yellow Ghost Rider. Are you talking to yourself or Sparky? You're only as lame as you feel. You don't want to be Blaze's brother. Why is that the positive thing to say? You're only as lame as you feel.
Hopeless if you think you are hopeless.
Oh, hey. Didn't see you there. You must think I'm super weird talking to myself.
Yes.
And here I was worried about embarrassing myself in front of Blaze.
As I said, embarrassment only comes if you let it.
Right. I get it. Cool is like a mindset.
Correct.
If we're gonna be working with Blaze, and he starts hanging out at the Abbey, and we're driving across the desert together killing demons, I need to be cool. Seeing him in action made me realize how much I need to step up my game. I mean, he's the original Spirit of Vengeance, the real Ghost Rider. And I'm just Robbie Reyes from East LA. How the hell am I supposed to live up to that?
You can't. Let me give you a couple of tips. What is Sparky say? Consider a challenge. You don't want to be like the only guy. Consider it a challenge.
Take it as a challenge to yourself. Johnny Blaze created his reputation as a fearsome warrior through his actions, and you can do the same.
He's got more than a reputation. He's a legend.
And you can have your own legend. Just put in the hard work.
Look at me. I'm standing here in the middle of this ancient abbey, surrounded by some of Earth's greatest heroes. And I still
You're
don't
only
really
as
feel
lame
like
as you
I belong.
feel. Yeah,
It's
isn't
not
that what
like
you
I
would have
got
said
that
too?
special something you've got. I mean, look at you. You're not intimidated by anyone. How do you own that swagger?
I just do what's right, Giga Chad. I'm not afraid of being hardcore. Proceeds to rip shirt open in half. And then just starts flexing uncontrollably. I did everything you're doing now.
I did everything you are doing right now, including questioning myself.
It looks like it worked out for you.
And it will work out for you as well. Some things take time, patience.
The world is about to end. I don't think time is on my side.
The world is always about to end, Robbie.
True that, true that. No
True
excuses,
that.
right?
The
That is right.
subtitles.
Well,
True that,
thanks
true
for the
that.
heart-to-heart, or demon-to-demon, or whatever. You've given me and Sparky a lot to digest. See you around, Hunter.
See you around. Girls, right. What's on sale today? Practical Mutai. What? Apply the art of Mutai to everyday situations. Who does Mutai? Who the fuck? Candle bone. For the few that actually know what bone smells like. Ooh, that'll probably be for Blade, wouldn't it? Because he's a vampire. Right?
That was a hell of a sparring session, Ileana. Haven't been this sore since, well, ever. You really got me back there.
It's one of the perks of being under
Falls that.
Have you ever considered joining S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Spy stuff? No thanks. I don't tiptoe. Besides, I heard Nick Fury isn't exactly known for his transparency.
Neither is Caretaker, evidently. I respect Sarah, but I'm disappointed she didn't think she could trust us. She should have more confidence in her team, especially you.
Huh. You're not as much of a boomer as I thought you'd be.
What?
Boomer. Please. I was born in 1918. Oh, those kids still have a lot of growing up to do.
Did you just call him a boomer? Oh, so there is a rain effect on the ground when we're on the in the ceiling. Amazing. Did you just call Captain America a boomer? Nice. He is a boomer. I caught no magic. I've heard it all now. That's what I'm saying. This game is great. It's full of things like that.
Ooh, new coil. Let's get to work. Sometimes I even impress myself.
Rapid healing. Restore 112 health to Wolverine. Oh, it's even playable when he's unable to act. Oh, that's really nice. Patience. While in hand, reduces cards cost by 1 each turn. Oh, wait, that is really good too. You draw a cabinet. Oh, that's. I need to do another mission with Wolverine for that. Am I not doing anything? No, I'm not researching anything. Joe, gosh, I just posted something. Sure.
That caught my eye as well.
Wait, what? They don't do a lot of fighting? Wait, who? I don't do a lot of fighting?
Good day, Hunter.
Well, there isn't a lot of fighting in the game. Is that what you ask? The game in general. Well, I mean, it all depends. Depends. Depends on how you play the game, I guess. Hold on a second. Then I'll finish what I wanted to say. Really want that, but I don't want to get rid of any of those cards. Well, let me see here. It depends on how efficient you are, I guess. Depends on how efficient and fast you are. You know. Like, you see all those little dots that I collect around the abbey every now and then? Well, that's completely optional. You don't have to do that. I just do it. It's just so I can get a little bit extra cash. Because, yeah, what those little dots they give you, they just give you, you know, stuff like this. Tag essence, skill essence, gloss, credit, heroic essence. That's what they give you. And, well, you really don't have to run around and collect them all. Especially when you have, like, 200 of each. Pretty much. Then you have to do that. I just do that. And well, then there's also all this side stuff here, for you to explore the app and find loot boxes so you can get cosmetics, outfits, and skills and stuff. That's also completely optional for you to do. So really, the only Abbey stuff that you... Well, you don't even have to do that. But... Like, you don't even have to talk with all these characters. It's just for, you know, to get more lore and get to know them more and stuff like that. You don't even have to, like, talk with them. You only have to, yeah, you know, talk to the one that it says in the top right, or top left, sorry. Which is Caretaker right now. So if you really wanted to just speed run through it and not, you know, bother with everything else, like I do, then you can just go talk to her, the Caretaker, or whoever has that icon above the head. You to advance the story. Kitty. Pet the kitty.
Who is a good kitty?
That was worthy of a picture. Oh yeah, I mean you don't have to spend this much time in the Abbey. Although there is a few things you'd want to do in the Abbey, make sure that you do, which is reveal the gamma cores you can collect in intel and stuff down in the forge. You want to make sure you do that, but then there's also the daily sparing. You want to make sure you do that too. So your heroes can get a buff. Yeah, this right here. This you want to make sure that you do. But all the conversation stuff and whatnot, you don't really have to do all that. That's just me being me that wants to do everything and listen to all the conversation. But check Discord. What is on Discord? I don't see anything on Discord. So, I mean, yeah, you could definitely be more efficient with this. And then, yeah, just do a lot of fights. AKA the main stuff. We've also done a lot of side missions. Side combat missions, so that's also why. I guess.
Hello, my sweet girl.
Because, you know, if you want to get a lot of... what is it called? Resources. If you want to get a lot of resources and whatnot, then you might want to farm a few side missions just so you can get, you know, a lot of resources to upgrade things and craft things. Which is what we did. Yeah, a lot in the beginning. But obviously, again, you don't have to do that. You know, you can just focus on main stuff if you want.
Blaze, show yourself. I'm running out of ideas.
Don't worry. That much big asshole energy can't hide for long.
You have more faith
Big
in our
asshole
tech than I do.
Less in the tech, more in you.
What? You just you send me a picture of your game. Ain't. What do you get with the enhanced edition?
How is the search for Blaze going?
Nowhere. The dude has totally gone off-grid. I've scoured every rat hole on the planet a guy like that would be seen in. Monster truck shows, stunt cycling extravaganzas, motocross events, but Blaze is totally MIA. I'm telling you, Hunter, if I have to spend one more hour scanning digital maps for that hot Cheeto, even my super sight is gonna go all squiggly.
And a skin for Strange. Yeah, I know which one that is, because that's the pre-order outfit. But I wonder which 5 premium skins that you get. I wonder. It doesn't say for who. The premium skins. If you can't find them, neither can live.
Perhaps there is a silver lining in his inability to be found.
There is? Because I'd sure love to hear it.
Think about it. If the great Captain Marvel cannot locate him, then Lilith does not stand a chance in hell of finding him either.
No, well then I guess maybe it's random?
But I'd still like to find him.
It's
If
random
not for
which
securing
one you
the
get.
parchment and preventing your mother's gothy Armageddon, then just for the principle of it. I don't like to lose. Well, I'd love to continue with the chit-chatting, but I've got to get back to the most boring manhunt in history.
I can show you what the
Do let me know
Strange
when you
skin
find
looks
them.
like.
Don't
If you want
worry.
to see it.
I'll be so freaking relieved and excited the whole Abbey will know. Come on, Blaze. Come out wherever you are.
But also, I mean, yeah, another reason why you want to talk with them is just so you can level up the friendship. The friendship in the top right. Which, you know, is how you get the cool scenes and you get unique powers during combat. And that's also how we got our infamous "I'm gonna make you my witch" shirt. I have some thoughts to talk about it. Oh, book meeting. Yeah, well, who knows what 5 skins you got, but this... Hold on. This is at least one of them. You have a question. Monka. What is your question, my good governor? Maybe. Wait, there's nothing here. That might be a good idea, so that you can get the hang of the game. That you can practice it at your own pace. And not on stream.
I'm happy to help, Hunter.
But, I mean, that's all good. Not too bad. But I get you. You can try it off stream to see how you like it. If you find it difficult or not. It's not too bad. It is pretty simplified.
This isn't working.
The map table? Should I get Tony?
No, I mean Midnight Suns, Avengers, and now X-Men. The Abbey. None of it's working. And I have no one to blame but myself.
I know, right? What the fuck? What a time for a joke. Mopping doesn't suit you.
Self-pity? That is not you.
No self-pity. It's fact. 3 teams under the same roof, all fighting for different reasons. nothing to bring us together. It's not too late to change that. If Agatha were here, she'd tell me... No, it doesn't matter. She isn't here.
Pretend she's here. It's really true about Agatha.
So, about Agatha.
I know you miss her, kiddo. She used to keep
Her
us from
right
butting
eye
heads
keeps
as much as
glitching
we
out.
do.
No, I meant...
Wait, I need to say this. I've been less than my best without her at my side. Especially to you. But this is the wrong time to talk about the past. About Agatha.
All right. What now?
I'm calling a meeting.
When?
Tonight. I'll spread the word. Find me after your mission. We can go there together.
All right.
But I was gonna hang out with the book club. Either way. But yeah, you can try out the tutorial mission off stream.
I'm here if you need me.
Just see how it goes. Oh my god. Green Iron Man in the distance.
Time's wasting, Hunter.
Let's see him try to handle me now.
Yeah, give it a bit of thinking.
I think we've got something
Sounds
for
like a
everyone.
good idea. Think on it a little bit. Alright, what have we got? Now we're forced to do a side mission. Credits Gamma Coil. Gamma Coil Blueprints. Gamma Coil Intel Cache. It's a Ghost Rider. Sure.
I know magic, right?
Oh my god, what is happening to the screen? Why is it flickering like that?
I still say we should have built a firing range first.
What? But why? It would only benefit you. You're like the only one with guns. Ayo, free enemies in 2 turns. Who? What? Oh, it was Nico, but she didn't even get a puff from that. Who to bring? Who to bring? Who to bring? Nico. Maybe Blade? How does Strange have more offense than Captain Marvel? What the? When she's supposed to be like the strongest one. I guess the magic is more powerful. Yeah, bring Captain Marvel. Time for another shit show. Let's do it.
Show no mercy.
I'm waiting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jesus Christ. She's being targeted by 7 enemies. Oh my god. They already have the hell ride. 18 damage. He leveled up from that. Oh my god, stop Munker shaking. Relax control. What? Oh, it did do damage. Why did it say 0? That was weird. I can already do the hell ride? Holy shit. Maybe we should. Yeah, wow, we can already do the hell right. Maybe that's what we should do.
Ready up. You've really got a one-track mind.
Oh no. I moved the wrong character. Well, then that's why I have that.
Watch and
Poor choice.
Really now? I don't think you're gonna say that after I do this to you. Monka steer.
Where'd you learn that one? Good one.
This is the only card I have. Yeah, we could get rid of this guy too. 60. He has 81. That's a shame. Oh. While you're at it, Ghost Rider, throw a rock at this guy. That played out really well.
nice move. Don't try that again.
Give me another hell ride. Oh god,
March towards hell.
Count each enemy in an area and gain 1 count. Like 2 pound. Ally. Wait, no reinforcement showed up. That's a bit weird. You are not close enough.
This one's for you.
I am empowered.
$111 damage? Sure, I mean we could kill this guy then.
You asked for it.
Send the birds.
Whatever gets the job done.
Well, now we just got 2 dogs to deal with. Steal his life.
Hell has chosen you. Lilith has damned you to hell.
Fight back, Ghost Rider. Hell yeah. Fight back again. Jeez.
No time to repent.
He's too good.
I guess you don't know who I am.
Well, let's finish it.
Aw, you guys are so horrible thinking you can beat us.
What? That was really easy. There was no
We've
reinforcements
done
or
it.
anything.
Excellent work.
Yeah. Three stars. Goes right on, then it's a picture of Nico. Wow, nice. But also Pog. You got ready or not now? The game you were literally talking about a few days ago that you wanted. I think that might even have been yesterday. Nice. Late Christmas present. Feels good, man.
Why, hello, Hunter.
Why, hello, you're in my room.
Hey, kiddo. Almost time for the meeting.
I'm ready.
All right, it's not far from here.
Ah, we're at the place where
Hunter,
they saved us.
hello. Hello, my dear.
What are you doing here?
Whenever Sarah was this nervous, I used to keep close. A look, a smile, a touch on the shoulder. It always helped. I can't do that now, of course, but death can't stop me from watching over her.
Why would she be nervous?
I don't know. I think I'll stay and find out. Try not to give me away, dear. Talking to thin
Well,
air
hello,
is
Hunter.
conspicuous.
You're like, no, don't buy me nothing. Yo, my dog is even here too.
I thought there'd be snacks.
I thought there'd be drinks.
I brought salt poppers, if you want some.
Those are vile. What the hell? I'll have a few.
Wouldn't surprise me if it's just Lilith messing with us, projecting as the ghost.
No demons to report here, boss. I'm always wary of impromptu team meetings.
Why?
It's usually when people get fired.
You have been fired?
Me? No. But I've had to call those meetings, and they suck.
You've been fired? No, me, no.
Short notice for a meeting.
What do you think it is about?
From the set of her jaw, some kind of reprimand.
You know how long this will take?
I do not. Why?
Robbie and I had plans. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
What were you and Ghost Rider gonna do? I want to join.
Like this.
Big news, whatever it is.
How can you tell?
I've known Sarah long enough. After tonight, everything changes.
You don't like when people buy you stuff. Why is it that?
She didn't call this meeting lightly. Whatever this is, it's important.
How do you know?
Because I've called meetings like this before.
Such a charming location for whatever is about to happen.
What, no predictions?
As I have mentioned on many occasions, often in your presence, I can no longer peer along the shaft of time's arrow, nor alter its arc.
But if you could...
What would you suggest I do? Waste my considerable talents on a glorified pep talk? I should think not.
So you do know what she will say?
I have my suspicions.
Did she say
To
what
me,
it's
no
about?
fire? Why'd you get that stupid
Just
idea?
that we all had to be here.
What a waste of my evening.
You know what this is about?
No, but it will be a waste, I am certain.
Any idea what this is about?
Not really.
I think she's gonna yell at somebody.
Uh-oh.
Why do you say that?
Even my dog is here, so this is very important.
Just a feeling.
Nobody knows what this is about. Did she say something to you?
Not really.
You want Moon Knight.
Whatever it is, it can't be good.
But he's right here. There's your Moon Knight. It's the closest thing you get to Moon Knight in this game. Most likely. There goes the world's biggest manufacturer of tires. I did not know. But I guess that makes sense because they have the little tires for the Lego cars. Boy, that sounds sick. I want a book like that. A book full of random trivia. That sounds sick. Oh, the microphone went to the ceiling. Ghost Rider.
This is odd, huh?
The meeting?
No, meeting out here. Why not the common room? Something's up.
A vegetable? If I have a pizza with just tomato on it, I have the vegetable. Keeps good, man.
Well, looky who it is.
That's a million times better than Avengers this game. This is an actual game compared to whatever the hell Avengers is. Whatever that mess is. Why are you here too, Doggo? Ending in a shitty Jogo pond. Yo, this sounds like a fucking sick book. I want a book like that.
Ah, Hunter, good to see you.
Everyone's here. I should begin.
You sound like you are hesitating.
That's because I am. I could use a moment to collect my thoughts.
Just get on with it. Jesus. No problem. I can mingle.
Take your time. I will catch up with the others.
We already
Thank
did that.
you. It won't be long.
I'll just pet my dog again.
Who is a good girl? It is my Charlie girl.
Alright, I caught up with everyone. You ready now?
All right, I'm ready.
We're all ready to hear what you have to say.
Time to tear off the bandage. Thank you all for coming. Truthfully, I wasn't sure everyone would. And that's why we're meeting. The Hunter and I are working to stop Lilith and her master, Cathan. I'm not certain about the rest of you.
We're in this to the end.
Are you? I see petty rivals more concerned with scoring points off one another than stopping the mother of demons.
Whoa there, if anyone isn't pulling their weight, it's the Midnight Suns.
And if anyone's doing their own thing, it's the Avengers.
And the ringleaders prove my point. But I speak only for myself. So, I ask the Hunter, who is responsible for the dysfunctional state in which we find ourselves?
You. It's the ghost that you can't see. None of the Avengers act like they're in charge. Everyone, we work against We work against each other. The Midnight Silence go their own way. I'm not doing enough, it's me.
If anyone should be held responsible, it is me.
Agree to disagree, boss.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but Tony's right.
What?
That's my new ringtone.
Fucking
Don't ruin the moment.
doctor just botches it. No, I don't agree.
Enough for any team. If I am the one who brings people together to defeat Lilith, I have already failed.
She will destroy everything you know, pollute all you love. In this, she and her followers are unified. To serve Lilith is to serve Cathan. If you don't pull the same direction, if you'd rather fight each other, we've already lost.
Look, the Midnight Suns are unproven. I will grant that they have potential, but we can't trust an apocalyptic threat to the Halloween teens.
We're all in our 20s.
Could have fooled me.
See? The Avengers underestimate their allies. You think they'll do otherwise for the Mother of Demons? If they're in charge, we lose.
Denji,
You're both
お前も好
right.
きだったろ。
The only one who can lead us to victory is the
何のつもりだ
Picture of buff Captain
That's our
America.
What do you say, Hunter? Are you willing to
Nice.
lead us against your own mother?
Me lead? No way. Finally. Yeah, we're born for this.
There is no better person for the task at hand.
Confidence is
He's
good
so
for a
buff he
leader.
can't put his arms down.
Arrogance?
Yeah, I mean, just look at that man. Look at his biceps.
You think I'm arrogant?
I hope not.
Can't put him down. He's
But either
too
way, I'm sure
ripped.
we'll find out. We're your team, Hunter. Tell us how you plan to lead us.
I'll lead from the front, though. Do the best I can. I can't just alone. I need your unquestioning support. I'll lead from the front.
We know our goal. Now we need to do the work. I plan to push everyone here to the limit. But no one has to do anything I will not do myself. Without trust and respect, we are no team.
Highly inspirational, boss, but let's get down to vibranium
Boss.
tax.
Doc
We're
is
all
just a
equal,
little way.
and it's obvious my team is first.
What's going on here?
Look, there's no question these
wait.
kids have heart. We can't do any of this without them. But this isn't our first apocalypse.
boss?
And experience beats
The fuck
heart
is the
any day of
boss?
the week.
Who the fuck is...
I need to know
yeah,
where
who
we
is
stand.
boss? Who is boss Mexican Iron Man? You want me to lead? Let me lead. The Avengers will have the time to shine. There's no special treatment to the Avengers. Avengers will do what I say. No special treatment for the Avengers.
I can guarantee nothing for the Avengers but the toughest battle they have ever encountered.
We try not to rank them. It's more of an above a certain threshold kind of thing.
Then I guarantee a life above the threshold until Lilith is back in hell.
I can get behind that, right, Tony?
Sure.
We are all equals here. There is no first among us. We do this as one, or not at all.
Not to interrupt this feel-good moment, but what about us? It's no secret we were sidelined when Tony and the others showed up.
Oh my god.
Caretaker built
I didn't
our
even
team
pick
to
up that you
face
said
this
that.
threat, but we've been pushed aside. I need to know that ends here.
Among Us. I rely on all my teammates equally, of course. Have your back, Nico. As long as you work with others.
I would never doubt the capabilities of the Midnight Suns.
Also, that IKEA
Know
one is
that,
pretty
do you not?
good.
Of course, and we aren't
Gosh,
asking for
right, I
special
like that.
treatment, just
A seat at the table?
yeah, exactly.
Of course you will have that. Everyone will. You have
I like how
guarantee.
Wolverine, he's here too, but he's not with any of these guys. He's just neutral.
That's enough for tonight.
He's just here for the
All
along for
need
the
to
ride.
Reflect on what we said. If you'll excuse me, I need a moment with the hunter.
He's just there. He's not with any of them.
So
Excited.
that's
He's
it.
just standing there like.
We did what we could.
That was
Let's
cool.
hope it works.
That was cool, but where's all the beers? excited to redo here.
I still do not see the point of all this.
He's with the Avengers, right? Isn't he? Spider-Man.
The point.
Hey, you warned me.
I had no idea this was coming.
Kiddo, you have no poker face. For the
I
others to
have no
consider you as a
poker
leader,
face.
Your reaction needed to be genuine.
Fuck. I need to get better
Was
shapes.
Steve in on this?
No, but he respects you, and I had a feeling he'd speak his mind. If he hadn't suggested you take the reins, it would have been me.
I think we're done here. That's it.
That is all I needed.
Tonight, we pulled the plunger and set the ball rolling. The rest is gravity and the occasional nudge.
Is that a pinball reference?
In the 70s, Agatha insisted I pick up a hobby. I won a few tournaments.
Why do I know about pinball?
Perhaps it's the universe telling you to challenge me when this is all
What?
done?
Think I could take you?
Why do I know about pinball?
Oh, you drain faster than bathwater.
Why do I know about pinball? What a thing to say. Do I get all? Oh my god! Wow. You gave me 5 abilities, but I can only choose one. Wild Strike. This is this doesn't cost any hero points. And it does 132 damage. What in the... Yes, please.
Every meeting should be like this one.
Unpleasant?
Contentious?
No.
And KO gain can see.
And over in 5 minutes.
What is Holy Spark again? How long do we plan on going for? Probably not too much longer, I don't think. Yeah, probably only like another half hour.
Yeah, I guess I can follow you. For now.
What are you saying exactly?
Kid, don't lose my respect. It's the part of me that won't grow back. There's the Sarah I know.
The one
For
who
you
yells
usual
at everyone?
sleep time.
The
Yeah,
one
that's
who
also
kicks a
when
decision straight in the
I
ass.
wanna plan on
Up
ending.
for a drink?
More than you know.
Assuming we don't get stuck in like a
Coming
1
right
hour mission or something,
In a
then
few
yeah.
minutes.
A half hour.
What's shaking, Bacon? I don't know if I agree with everything
He
you
sure
said.
did.
Still, I'm glad you said it.
What do you mean?
This is the first time I've felt like I'm really part of a team. Not just Peter tagging along. I get it, we're in this together. But it's good to know that's how you see it.
Don't know about you guys, but that fired me up.
Wait, you get excited when people yell at you?
Says Ghost Rider.
I mean the hunter taking charge.
I get what Steve sees in you.
Is that a compliment or an insult?
For him, depends on the week. But for you, it's all compliment, boss. Wouldn't you know it? Now you're the actual boss. And I called it way before Steve did.
I don't know how to feel about this. I'm happy for you.
That's
but
nut toad.
I hope it isn't weird when
Yep.
we hang out.
That's a Mexican
Why would it
Iron
be
Man.
weird?
Knock off.
Good point. All
Oop,
right.
like
Let's not
Mexican
make it
Iron
weird.
Man.
Did you plan this with Caretaker?
Nope.
Not what I
Nope.
expected.
Is that good or bad?
Right now? Feels good to me.
Metal Man.
I could have brought popcorn.
For the team?
No, to watch you turn the Abbey upside down and shake it like tambourines. You were more entertaining than anything I could have done tonight. Next time, I'll bring popcorn.
I had not predicted this.
Really?
No, Sarah spoke with me earlier. We have a long history of mutual advisement.
What advice did you provide?
About time. Which was a mistake. She thought I'd presented her with a temporal
Popcorn.
riddle as
Movie
a fitting
time.
occasion.
My dog is still here.
Hello, my sweet girl.
Hunter. You certainly know how to speak your mind.
You agreed with me.
Of course not. But you stepped up, you laid it out, and now you're ready to walk straight into hell. Figure I'll be there when you do.
Really?
Yeah, you're the obvious target, so I'll slip past why they tear you limb from limb. Don't worry, we'll build you a bigger mausoleum.
Always the
He's
strategist.
making jokes. What is this?
Still working out the kinks, but we'll get there.
Don't know why I didn't see it. You're perfect for this.
You did not see me as a leader?
It never crossed my mind. Most leaders I've encountered in life have a sort of professional ambition, for better or worse. Steve doesn't, but he's also called Captain America. The name alone carries rank and authority.
So if I went by Private Hunter...
Oh no, don't call yourself that. And I'm not explaining why.
But why?
Don't be nervous. We all want you to succeed. Even Tony.
I didn't come here planning to put you on the spot, but that's how it turned out.
You really think I can do this?
No.
I know you can do this. And you have a great team ready for you to lead them. So let's get started.
People. Oh, wait, I got a new call or something, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Unity call. Gain 1 fast. Lay a light, dark, and power card. Any order. Good pick. Monka plot twist. The original Ghost Rider becomes evil.
I'm so proud of her. And you, of course. Don't pout.
Exactly. No. Please. Original Ghost Rider. Don't become evil.
Stop. We've known each other too long for this.
Wait, they are actually drinking.
What? Half a century?
If you round down. And I should have been there for you.
Well, you're here now.
I don't think there's anything for us to do, is it? No.
Can you picture her if I hadn't?
That look of hers. It could kill a whole city.
I spent a millennia facing the greatest horrors known to the world, and the only thing I truly feared was disappointing her.
If you did, I never knew it.
Crystal
I'll
ball?
bet neither did she.
Yoink.
This is why I prefer
What?
to operate solo.
Why did they just yoink that crystal ball in front of them?
I sincerely hope I won't need to repeat myself after tonight.
Dark crystal ball for magic things. Wow. Pretty straightforward. What an in-depth description. So I can't believe you just said that. I can't believe that is a sentence, what you just said. I know what bit you're up to. I saw just a TikTok. I cannot believe that is a sentence that you just said. I refuse to believe. You're a child at heart. Well, that still doesn't excuse the TikTok. If you are a child at heart, you should be outside playing football or, I don't know, swinging back and forth on the swing or on the seahorse. Not on the TikTok. I'll read a book instead, like you have been doing. Wait, what? That happened? That happened to me too last time I played football. The same thing happened to me last time I played football. Then I never played it again. But that's a few years ago, but no. There wasn't any blood though. There was no blood for me though. It just came off nice and easy. Well, I guess one thing to do is to sleep. Wait, no, I was gonna go to my dog. My dog is out here. Covered in blood. That makes it sound so aggressive and brutal. Oh, the kitty is still here.
Aw, who is a good kitty?
Did it get the picture? It did. Hey, look at that. Aw. What a picture.
Denji,
have you seen this picture before? Aw. Jeez, this whole thing is cat. Aw. Just like, hey, do you believe in God? And then you show him that picture. Just like, that's not God. Yes, it is. Pulls up gun. There's Jesus right here. And his cat. Wait, what happens if I click this? Add to favorites. I don't know what that means, but sure. So what the hell is this? Prime Gaming! Oh my god, Prime Gaming! Any Prime gamers? A nice picture. Exclamation mark Prime. Oh.
Denji, お前も好きだったの?
何のつもりだ?
Hands up. Nope. What is this Minecraft one? Jesus. Become a VIP at Cracked Cubes. Oh. Oh. Let's sleep, let's sleep, let's sleep before we get distracted. I feel like we're gonna go to Flashbang, Flashbang Land tonight. No? Maybe not? Oh, nice. A DM from Steve.
Deploying flashbang.
Hunt, I'm glad we're working together. Are you free? Now that we're getting to know each other, I want to chat privately. Oh. Oh.
The mirror table, our pulse on everything Hydra, really brings an Avengers Tower vibe to this place.
It has been useful. The Abbey always harbored great resources, but Stark and the Doctor have enhanced its abilities tenfold.
Don't get me wrong, Tony and the other Stephen are great. But I believe in giving credit where credit is due. You've also been doing your fair share, and I wanted to let you know that it hasn't gone unnoticed.
Thanks, Cap. It can be all a little secret. But Why would I say that? Thanks, Cap.
That is a generous compliment to give. Thank you, Captain.
It's not generous when
He
it's true.
liked,
They say a good soldier should always trust his gut. And if my gut is right, and it's almost always right, I think you have a destiny beyond just defeating Lilith.
And what destiny is that?
Keep playing it straight with me, Hunter, and maybe I'll trust you enough one day to tell you.
On the hunt. Alright, let's see what this college scheme looks like for him. Probably terrible. But I don't think it's gonna be a green abomination like with Iron Man. I mean, he has this already, so I could make him a green abomination, but let's see. Meh. Nah, not too bad. Not too bad, actually. Keep normal Captain America, though. I'm not gonna make him another green abomination. That's unique to Mexican Iron Man.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
The Superhero Registration Act is a touchy subject around here. What would you have done? Register your powers with the government or keep that knowledge to yourself? I'd register. If superheroes are above the law, how can people trust us to uphold it? My powers are my own. I'll never ask permission to use them.
Thanks, Hunter.
No problem.
The legend walks among us.
No, my God, don't say that.
Of all the things to use magic for.
Dealing with difficult co-workers. When unexpected circumstances throw you together with unexpected co-workers, it can be tough to find common ground. This book is for anyone dealing with new difficult co-workers. Who would that be for? Maybe Magic of Nico. Candle, beachy waves. Bring a little California into your life. What? Who's from California? Out of all these heroes. My dog.
I will see if I can find you a treat later.
Thanks for the key, doggo.
Oh, you are gonna love this.
Well, this is the only thing I can do, so. What are you gonna send me a photo of?
Okay.
Monka.
What can I say except you're welcome?
Yeah, I guess this one it has a modifier on it.
Ready when you are.
Yeah, I was thinking about what to get.
Ready for more?
Perhaps. Wait, it's the same thing. Wait, what is the difference between these? Oh, until you have 4. Huh.
This'll make a difference.
Not everyone wants my advice, but they're gonna get it either way.
Maximum free recast. Now that is really fucking good.
Haha, nothing's gonna stop me now.
Guess you're having a good time. Alright, did it auto-equip it? Yeah. Who was?
Where in the hell are you, Blaze? Great. Now we're making progress, people.
Warden. Nah, I'm good. I want to see that. I'm good.
Konnichiwa, friendo.
Why? How are you in here now?
Feeling good today, girl?
Wait, this is so small. That's so little text. In the time of growth, lest she grow too proud or flash, the blade to rend, to break and call her blessings down. Okay. Okay.
There you are, Hunter. Please join me when you have a moment. I insist.
I'm trying, but I opened the table instead.
What do you think of Logan?
It's good to have him here again. He's always been a trusted friend.
Seems like a good guy.
I can see that. He seems to be a man of good character, despite the claws.
Always thought his claws were his best feature.
Wait, what the
They
hell?
protected us, Agatha and I.
Yeah, I'm
Could
looking
even
at it
say
right
they
now.
saved our lives. It must have been, what, 1985? 84? I remember because Agatha crimped her hair and shoulder pads had cast some strange spell over my wardrobe. We looked quite ridiculous, but we were happy. Well, happy until a rather disturbed coven of witches by the name of the Salem Seven invaded our
Salem
home.
7? Sounds like a band. What is it? What is this photo? I can't. It looks odd. Why do you look so ripped in it? What happened? Why do you look so ripped in it? And how is this photo taken? Why I have so many questions. Oh, you did that on purpose? This fucking guy. This fucking guy. This cheeky governor. Must have been terrifying.
That must have been terrifying.
It was. But what was even worse was that they were Agatha's own grandchildren by her son Nicholas Scratch.
They tried to kidnap their grandmother?
They felt she had betrayed which kind by choosing to live among humans and came to drag her back to New Salem by force. Logan was staying with us when they invaded our home. He hid us in a secret passage and refused to tell them where we were. He kept our secret and fought them off long enough for Agatha to invoke a banishing spell. Without him, they would have surely kidnapped her. Or maybe worse.
Make sure the women see them. The women? So there's multiple. Ah, so you've sent this photo to multiple women, I see. Kidding. And now the mic is on the seat. Would have saved her.
If it came down to it, I am sure you would have prevented Agatha from being taken.
I'm not so sure about that. 7 witches
I don't
are
think it really
a lot to
matters
fend
what you
off.
say to her.
I would have been outnumbered.
Because there's
just
like no
I am
friendship
now.
meet it with her. The only thing that
Speaking
really
of
matters is the
dysfunctional
light and dark
dynamics,
options.
I do trust you, you know. Even though I don't always show it.
I know.
Even though you don't always show it?
Something like that.
Common ground? Who would have thought?
Where in the hell are you, Blaze?
Taken through the wait, what? Taken through the webcam and this. It's such an odd photo. I don't know. It looks so odd. This is like tilted a bit. It looks like you're taking. No, let me open it again. Looks like you're taking the photo for like a mailbox or something. I don't know. It looks weird. It looks odd to me. Looks like it's taken through a mailbox. That's what comes to mind first when you see that it's taken through a mailbox. Alright, okay, let's do what we did last night. Let's do one last mission. Hopefully just turn out to be like 5 hours long. We're not gonna do the main quest. Summoning, sir. I don't know what that is, so we're not gonna do that. Off the street.
Ready to work?
Wait, what?
We've got plenty of tricks
Wait,
for
that
old dogs. No excuses here.
Okay, now the second one is funny. It looks like someone caught you off guard or something. It looks like it's some. Looks like it's from Telling Lies or something. Someone's spying on you, and accidentally took that photo. Someone did catch you off guard. Oh, that explains why it looks like that. No, I don't want to upgrade that. Doctor Strange.
Even a sorcerer supreme can rest on his laurels.
Thick skin.
I still say we should have built a firing range first.
You're in your firing range. Let's go.
Where in the hell?
Where in the hell? I kind of want to bring Green Iron Man from this Mexican Iron Man. I don't know. We're doing this last mission, and then we're gonna do the night activities, and then that's it. Can't be too long, can it? Blue, green, yellow. What a team. You'd just leave early. Sounds like a good idea. 'Cause who knows what might happen? Who knows if we'll get derailed or not?
Hydra is already experimenting with more of those charges Faust has created. We need to put a stop to their little test.
Wait, he takes damage every time he summons that?
I haven't lost their interest yet.
Just focus on destroying the charges. Hydra has enough warm bodies to overwhelm you eventually.
Hardly a concern for a sorcerer supreme.
Oh my god, he's back to sorcering, supreming it. Scarlet Witch. I don't know what that was. I mean, they have to destroy this. So unless this device somehow destroys itself, then I don't know. I don't think that will happen again.
I know that wasn't your signature move.
So wait, what did I get? Delay the arrival of enemy reinforcements. Oh. Give 60 block to an ally. Nah, there's no need to add forceful. We still hit. Get him, Green Iron Man.
Whatever gets the job done.
Oh, really? That's not enough to kill. That'd be unfortunate.
Impressive.
So it's Doctor Strange that all these Duggos attacking. But then we should probably give him this.
Looks like you could use this.
I think.
Do 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 do. Do I have another move? I do not think so. No. Well, then we should probably make sure that does 40. It's a shame I can't get them both. I guess at least I should get the guy with the most health. Yeah.
This will have to
Annihilate it. Sure, we could do a bit more damage, yeah. Right now.
Now is my
No, oh god, no, don't do that. Now you should sleep instead. If you're doing that, you might as well go to sleep. That's a turret. Right, there was 3 of them left. How many? Oh, just 1. Okay, sweet. Now he's protecting that one. But if he just keeps doing that, he's gonna end up murdering himself.
looking at me now.
Oh, this is free. Well, he'll fear his TikTok. They don't fear it. It's just no. Not good for you. Wait, we're wasting time. Oh, wait, I have 2 moves, so... Perfect. Yeah, okay. I don't want to use the card. We gotta go over here and dump that thing.
Prepare yourselves.
80 damage. Nice. Oh, and that's perfect. We can get both of these.
Consider it done.
Well, since I didn't move for that, I can't. I do still have a move available. There's no need to move though.
I have no respect for mindless followers.
Seems good, man. Well. Let's do this. Buff her so she just took damage when she used portals, and then might as well delay the reinforcements. How long is it delayed for? Just one turn, I think. Yeah, it seems good.
I have a long memory.
See, not even Twitch likes it. Not even Twitch likes it. Twitch disagrees too. Oh my god. Don't do that, no. Don't do that, no. Sounds like a terrible idea. Wait, that's wow, that is such a stupid rule. What? You can't even stream on it till you have 1K followers? Okay, then. Does this work on the device? Oh no, it doesn't. Oh, and I have 2 of them, but might as well get rid of one of them. That doesn't... Yeah, go for it. Protection lost.
The light shines on the most dutiful.
We unfortunately cannot kill him. But we can kill the dog, I guess. Yeah.
You should have
Yeah. Well, she only took 19 damage. Okay, that's pretty good. They still only sent 1 dog. Okay, yeah, we should be fine. As long as it gives me damage cards, we're okay.
It will take more than that, I'm afraid.
Withdraw to add knockback. Well, you didn't really give me any damage card, which is what I had hoped for. But it's okay.
This won't end well.
Sure, go for it, Gov. Try it out. How did you got it?
A gift from ancient traditions.
Nothing else is within reach. That is unfortunate. Oh, I can do this 4 times. Well. Yeah, I mean, we could make sure this thing dies. Yeah, I really can't attack that, unfortunately. And that dog is not within reach. Of course it isn't.
Sure, why not?
Good work.
Right, now we're just gonna blast the machine. Oh, it's still gonna kill.
This shouldn't take long. That was really something.
I can't do any damage to the machines, so... Green Iron Man, go open the box. Nice. It was $27 worth.
Even the gods would not stand before us as arrogantly as you.
Oh, okay. Even if you kill the big guy, it sends another big guy as reinforcements.
Still they persist.
That's understandable. Oh my god. Wow, my damage cards.
Watch closely.
Well, time to do omega damage. Yep. Exactly, 9. What? I can't use the hero combo on this? Oh my god, that is very disappointing. I don't have any damage cards. I mean, I guess. Make this guy weaker.
That'll work.
See your intention.
And then omega combo him.
Whatever works for you.
$222 damage. Holy fuck. No, wait, this cat is free to play. I can't do any damage to the things. Give me a good hand game. Give me some damage cards. Yeah, the next turn. Good thing he had the shield.
I don't appreciate
I'm right here.
I like our chances.
Give me damage cards, please. Oh my god, these are not damage cards, game. And this card doesn't even work. This card doesn't work on damaging the device. Oh my god. Is this really the only damage I can do to the device? Oh my god, this is gonna take a long time. Well, I guess.
I'm saving. This should help a little. Here we go.
Stuck here. It's just gonna take a while to get out of here.
Running low on you guys. Let's do it.
Because we do so little damage to these devices that have over
As they
100
say,
health.
It gets the job done.
Who were they targeting, right? They're targeting Iron Man. Let's actually make him invincible.
Oh, invigorating.
It has 4.
What's it like being so inconsequential?
Why so much corruption? Stop.
Good work.
You dare persist?
There's been no reinforcements. I feel like they might have ran out. Anyways, go kill this device.
Let's do it.
That's the spirit.
That has 100 health.
Not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, we can kill this device. This attack works on this, right? Okay, thank God. Yeah, do this to buff ourselves. Then we do even more damage. Yeah, now we do 114. Perfect. Jesus, this took a bit longer than it should have.
I'll never get tired of hearing that.
Because two or three of our moves didn't work on the device. Yeah, made things a bit awkward. 20 minutes. Yeah, so it took like 5 minutes longer than it should have. Jesus Christ. Wait, is it Emo Kit's meeting time? Oh my god. Park, it is. We haven't done that in a while.
Hey there.
Why did that sound so butchered?
Are you prepared for tonight's meeting?
I am more than prepared. I am the Sorcerer Supreme. But yes, I am ready.
Are you heading to the meeting?
Soon, and do not forget the ingredients.
Emo Kits. Emo Kits for life. It's time. We're bringing it back.
Are you going to the meeting?
Yes, I'll meet you there.
You're an Emo Kit.
So don't get mad, but Caretaker wants to run
Even
emo
though,
kids tonight.
even though I wasn't emo enough to say something earlier. It's not a problem.
I do not mind. Why would that make me mad?
I'm a little mad. I don't want her thinking she's in charge now. All right, let's do this.
I'm in.
Lead the way.
Emo Kits. Emo Kits. Oh, no, I don't want to leave. I just wanted to see if the box was there.
How much did Nico tell you about tonight's meeting?
Nothing.
She said you are leading it.
I suspect you have an opinion on the matter. Say what you must.
I'm not happy. I have no problem with you leading.
I am ready.
That's all?
Yes. When do we start?
As soon as you want. Tonight I will cocoon your conscious mind from your past self. When you are ready, we can safely observe the events of your death.
No, wait.
Not just yet.
All right. But let's not delay much longer.
I need the ingredients you collected.
I did not bring them.
It is for your benefit. No matter. I don't see how Caretaker can do any better.
Tonight's ritual will prove to be an absolute treat.
Emo Kids has treats.
Why am I just now finding out that Emo Kids serves dessert? Did you bring it out after I leave?
No, we don't. No. I mean, Caretaker's mastery of tonight's ritual. Her magic is bones of the world old. I confess my ignorance as to her methods is quite thrilling. A rarity for any Sorcerer Supreme.
Tonight is Caretaker's show, so I'll leave it to her.
Let's do it.
Now then, shall we proceed?
We can begin.
What is the last memory on the night of your death?
Lilith, asking me to join her.
Keep it close. That's where you'll begin.
All right.
What do you see?
Lilith and I face each other in the circle. Join you? Why would I ever do that?
Since my transformation, I have made so many children, yet all pale beside my greatest creation. My true child, perfect, conceived in my very image.
I am nothing like you.
Not yet, but you will be, when I remove the shackles that bind you.
I will never stand by your side.
Foolish child, you have no choice in the... But we can no longer afford such lies.
I cannot move. The Darkhold. She has the Darkhold.
You cling to the delusions of your captors. Embrace your true self trapped within.
She lifts the Darkhold high. She...
Monka. What happened?
That's it?
We cool,
That's how
Hana?
the hunter died?
What do you mean that's it?
Nothing more.
So the hunter died because of a book?
Miss Rasputin, the Darkhold is hardly a book.
So Lilith read the hunter to death.
I guess she channeled her demon powers through the Darkhold.
Ugh, still a boring way to die.
We read a story and we died.
Observing your own death can lead to sleepless nights, I know from personal experience. If you have trouble sleeping, I can write you a prescription. A joke, of course. I'm not licensed in this state.
You died predictably.
You sound disappointed.
Death for the hunter should not be so banal. Next time, add some spice.
Alright, I'll try.
Get your legs stuck in a combine harvester. Have a sack of starving weasels tied around your face. Anything but demon powers.
Try to die in style next time.
I'm disappointed. I thought there'd be more to it.
Same here.
I always thought her attack on the Abbey was to recover the Darkhold, but it appears it was a means to an end.
What did Lilith mean by true self?
What she said about me, my true self. Can you explain that?
No, it's nonsense, but she clearly believed what she said. Perhaps we can use this against her.
You said that yesterday, God.
When we're ready
Prove
to
it.
face her, you may be able to
Power back
divert
in
her
time
attention.
with the quote.
You want to
Bring it
use
back
me
to me.
as bait?
Well, if you're offering.
Why is using me as bait always your plan?
Because it works.
That's how you found my body.
After I died, was that how you found me?
Yes. You and Lilith. With the Darkhold between you.
If she used it to kill me, how did she die?
The Darkhold is a dangerous book. Maybe the power was too much for her to control.
I know where my body ended up. What of Lilith?
The Knights of Wundagore took Lilith's body. I didn't ask where, and didn't want to know.
And the Darkhold?
Also provided to the Knights, in pieces for them to scatter throughout the world. It worked for centuries, until Hydra tracked them down.
I should go. Well, you want me to quote
is all I
that?
wanted to
The
ask.
Ghost Rider thing?
Are you all right? This can't have been easy to relive.
I'm glad I knew.
Not knowing was the hardest
I
part
should
of
probably
my
also
return.
quote the thing Blade
I
said
feel
earlier.
Better.
Good. I won't keep you. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Doctor?
Doctor? He's here. The Giga Chat. There is your quote from yesterday. Oh, Nico.
What did Lilith mean about your true self?
Nothing. She's always lied. I don't know, but I'm curious.
We are finding more questions than answers.
Thankfully, Sarah is around to help put the pieces together.
But not tonight.
Alright, you taking off?
I'm ready to go.
That is it for me.
Sounds good. See you next meeting.
Yep. Emo kits for life. Holy burst. Damage each enemy and restore 106 health to each ally in an area. Apply to Berserk. No, let's get Holy Burst. It's 300 this month looking at things, yeah. It looks like it, right? We're already hit 300 this month. If we keep going at this rate. Bands of Fire does more damage though. Not just that, and this is same. Your mom. Yeah, he always mentions the enemy's mom blade every time he kills them for some reason. I killed someone and he was just like, your mom. And then when I killed another guy, he was like, you killed your mother with that mouth? You okay, Blade? You just sleep? Yep, me too.
Yes, hello.
Going to sleep in game and in real life. Hey, and we didn't go to Flashbang Land, so yeah. That'll do it. Yep. It's time to sleep. Both in game and in real life. Man, that was quick. Today's stream flew by. Quickly save. It flew by today. Wait. Oh, hey, we made some more progress and we somehow made it to... We finally made it to part 2. Jesus. Time to spend another 30 hours in part 2.